Hey there, round two for our Tips for Success series with my co-host, King Phillip, who I will bring on in just a second as soon as I do this. Welcome. There he is, folks. Welcome
Hey,
to
Jeff.
King. Hey, Beak. Hey, Bex. Welcome, welcome. We're
Shout
just
out
getting
to
started.
Plasma Void. Welcome, 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 welcome. Hello,
Today
Jeff. How
we're
you doing
going to
today?
talk about books. But first, we're just going to chat. We're just going to talk. How you
Yeah,
doing?
I'm doing good, brother. Work's good. Work's stressful, but good. You know, we're closing homes, and that's good. So, and I have a new boss who wants to reinvent the wheel, but I can tell he wants to reinvent it in a good way. You know what I mean? So, new boss is, hey Bex, how you doing? And Beak, how you doing? New bosses are always fun, and our new captains are always fun. So this will be a new adventure for me. And then we got this show going on, so that's always fun. I'm looking forward to that every Sunday. I was kind of stressing I wasn't gonna make it today. I was like, I don't know, I got all these things to do, which is just eat and be ready for the show. So it wasn't really much, but
Oh, what's going on today?
nothing. I was just being a lazy bum. Hey,
Oh,
Ricardo, how you doing? Yeah,
that,
so being a lazy bum and doing a show is conflicting.
yeah. Tips for success. Don't be a lazy bum.
But I went for my Sunday McDonald's. I get McDoubles, so I get those McDoubles, and
Wait,
I
what's
get
a McDouble?
McDonald's.
What am I
It's like
missing out on?
it's a cheeseburger with two patties and two pieces of cheese. But it's like a small cheeseburger, not a big cheeseburger. You know how they have the quarter pounder with cheese? This is just a regular like Happy Meal cheeseburger, but two of them in one patty. McDouble. How do you not know
I
the
don't do.
menu?
I know I should know this if I'm trying to work at
Yes,
McDonald's.
you should
I need to
learn the
learn this,
menu, dude. The
and I need to
menu.
learn the Big Mac ingredients from that commercial too. I forgot all of that.
Yes, yes. Lazy bums.
Oh, well, good. At least our mics are good. Thank you. We
Yes,
um
Logitech and
we have a
all.
lot of mics around here. So
Logitech, look for sponsors. I'm just saying. I love Logitech. No, life's good, Jeff. I appreciate you asking. I gotta check in with the family soon, being the holidays. I gotta do my holiday check-in with the aunts, uncles, cousins, moms, dads, sisters, brothers. You know, so
how
life's
does
good,
that
brother.
work? You do it
Do a
remotely, or
te-
you go visit?
most of it through a text, but I do have like a couple family that I'm gonna do visits, stop bys with presents. Hey, Zents, welcome, 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 welcome. And how
Hazy.
you doing? How you doing, Jeff?
Um, oh, how I'm doing? I'm
Yes.
hustling. I'm hustling very hard. I'm putting in applications, resumes, trying to get hooked up with the fire station. I mean the fry station. Probably not the fire station. Make it a Mac for 50 cents. What does that mean? I see. I need to learn. This is the stuff I need to learn. These are my
That's
tips for
yeah.
success.
There's a tip for success. Make it a number one
Learn that
hack. Make it a
McDonald's
Mac
menu.
for 50 cents. Okay, a Mac double. Okay, interesting. I did not know that. And
Is that
well,
like a Big Mac? Is a Mac a Big Mac? Or do
maybe
they have
they
other
add the
kind of
house
Macs?
sauce. Yeah, maybe they add the house sauce to it. You know how Big Macs have
The
that
Thousand
special?
Island?
Yeah, the house sauce. It's not Thousand Island, Jeff. Someone owns that. McDonald's doesn't own Thousand. Sub slivered onions with quarter bun, mini
Oh, I
OP
love
with
their
cheese for
onions.
free. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Fry station. Yeah. Fry station. Yeah, Jeff will be dropping fries daily. Oh, that one's gone. Yep, that one's gone.
See, this is humility. I don't know all of this.
If you get me, if you get a job at McDonald's, you will see like a year later, 20 pounds heavier.
Oh, well, if Trump can do it, he set a new bar.
So would you say you're trying to become a normie with the job search and the education? Like, what is this? Is this something new for you? Is this a big
I'm
change?
trying to be successful. That's one. I'm trying to keep this channel going. That's two. So to do
Yeah.
that, I got to keep the lights on, pay the bills, keep a roof over my head, all that stuff. So that's all part of. It's all supplemental to the larger goal and vision I have for this channel and the community I'm trying to build around it.
You ever heard of the four times multiplier for
No.
products? Yeah, so what a business does is they'll build a product for 25 cents and they'll sell it for a dollar. Actually, that should be like a dollar 50, dollar 25. But anyways, in order to pay the bills and pay the employees and make a profit, they have to put 4 times multiplier on something. So,
So
what
whatever effort you put in, you multiply it by 4.
and that's what you need to charge for your. That's what you need to make. That's what you need to make. I don't charge, but so if you can figure out what your cost is for YouTube, for that's like StreamYards, electric bill, and maybe your time. If because being your business owner is really time. Do you really get your time back in your business? I don't know.
That's a big one. I haven't
Yeah,
been
so
lately.
if you can figure out that and then set yourself a goal, like, hey, have like maybe like a goal at the top. It's like I need to make this monthly. Have a monthly goal for us to shoot towards. We might be able to do that for you. Like, hey, we need to make this much money that pays for StreamYards and makes this happy for me. So try to come up with a number and we'll set a goal.
Well, YouTube has where you can set those goals. In fact, we could set one today if we wanted. But I've tried them before and I never meet the goals, so I quit
Well,
bothering with them.
let's set a let's set a small goal
A
today.
modest goal.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll say, what do you think 2 hours is worth your time, Jeff, for today? 5, $10, $20? What do you think?
But and YouTube prices, because if this were client prices, it would
Well,
be
okay.
way more than
If
that.
StreamYards cost, what do you think
Well, they went
StreamYards
up.
cost?
It's almost like $50 now. It's like 40,
So it's like
44, 49, something. I don't know. Over
50
40.
bucks. So it's like $1.50 a day to use, or $2 a day to use. We'll say it's $2 a day to use, right? And then times that 8. So we need to make $10 today, guys. We need to make $10 today in order to pay for today's show. If StreamYards costs $2 to use.
I can do 10 super chats or 5 super chats or 1 super chat. Like you can vary the amount of. So it's figuring out
Five,
the amount you need and
five
how many
$2 super
people you
chats.
think
Yeah,
are going to give
five
it to you.
$2 super chats. 5 $2 super chats. Bam. There you go. That makes it easy. All right, so we have a
Okay,
$10
over
goal
the
today.
next 2 hours.
Yeah, in 2 hours we can make
Oh,
$10. That'd
but
be
then
great.
what do they get if just thank you for your support. That's what they get.
No, what they get is
I'll keep the stream going an extra, I don't know, 15 minutes, half hour.
yeah, well, yeah, I forgot to turn the timer on. Yeah, we're goofballs. It's just something to put on the background. Let me know if you want something on the background. I'll put something on the background. But yeah, so yeah, happy Sundays, Ents. Good call. Make sure. Can they make a roast chicken burger with peanut butter and guacamole? That'd be
They don't
lush.
have guacamole. Maybe
Joe
that's one thing
Cool
I can bring to.
and Daniel Barry Sports highlights. Welcome, Joe Cool. Welcome. You're familiar with Final Experiment, Jeff?
Um, Final experiment. No, it sounds ominous. I
I
think
would love.
I think my life right now is the final experiment. Let me look it up.
You know what? It's kind of interesting is that some people think that guacamole does have like a peanut butter taste to it. So that's interesting.
Is it a conspirator thing, Joe?
It's always.
Why are you bringing that here? Is there a book on it? So
There's
the
a
big
book on it.
question on everybody's mind is: are there books that would help with any of this?
Oh, yeah, here. The good and bad books. What are good books and bad books? Are books good or books bad? And you can drop the
Books
link.
are great,
All
but
books, Jeff.
I don't know if there is a book I could read and then be successful, I would share that with you today. But I have not encountered a book that has done that for me. So I can't tie my success or lack of it to any particular book. But there's been plenty of books that have enriched my life, enriched me mentally, psychologically, culturally, etc. But none of them have led to actual
Wow.
success.
Jeff, what are you
Wow,
going to
look,
do?
it's already
What are you going to
working,
do? What are you going to do,
Joe.
Jeff? We are 90% to our goal already, Jeff.
We set it too low. Once you reach the
No,
goal, you
no, no,
can
no, no,
set
no.
another
This is
one.
our first goal. This is next goal. We'll set it a little higher.
This for Joe.
No, you gotta do
And
more than that.
well, the Beak's getting one too. Hang on, let me get to my. This was for Beak.
The flat.
Oh
Earth.
yeah, Joe. Calculate the percentage. Hang on one second. Calculate the likelihood of my interest in that topic, just of what you know of me currently. How likely? What's the percent of likelihood you think I'm going to be interested in anything to do with that topic?
But yeah, Jeff, you're gonna drop the link. Let's start the show.
Oh, you want to
Um,
open the panel now?
Yeah,
Or you
let's
want to
start the
talk a
show.
little bit among ourselves?
Well, okay, so all right, we can talk about ourselves, but I've already asked you. Okay, so you're doing good.
So, books
Any
for
promise?
success. My answer is none. Do you have any?
To me,
And then
it's
we can work the
honestly
crowd.
it's the most simple books that have the anybody can read. A child to an adult can understand, right? It's to me, as long as it gets the message through and it's a positive message, that works. Um, like for example, you can't go wrong with Dr. Seuss, dude.
Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah, Winnie the Pooh, like the classic comic books. Comic books are awesome. Superman is
Mm.
awesome. Batman's awesome. You know, it's
How do they contribute to success? Have they helped you become successful?
well, they teach you that good. You know,
I don't
I
know
don't
if
know.
that's necessarily the best message to. I
That's a
think
good
that could
point.
mislead and disillusion a lot of people.
Well, welcome Dagmar and WASF. Welcome. The Quran. Yeah, the Quran's a good book. I was just saying, yeah, the Bible, the Quran. Like, there's so many good books out there.
What does the Bible have to contribute to success? Are there tips? I know that it's full of wisdom. They have proverbs and stuff. So what can we draw in the Bible if we're trying to become success? And all those Protestant Christians seem very successful.
I think there's
So
so many stories in the Bible that if you have a problem, if you started reading it, there's something that will help you relate to it and help you get it way out, or somehow can make a connection. That's what the Bible's for. If you have a problem, start reading it.
I know Jesus is always preaching against wealth and money and success. He seems to like.
Did really? Because I thought it was you reap what you sow. So if you put a lot of effort into something, you should, you know, you know, make a lot of money. Depending on what the economy pays, right, during that time. So success is
I don't
interesting.
have a tie, Frank. This is as sooty as I get. I Yeah, I don't have that in my wardrobe.
Yeah, ties are interesting. Donald Trump rocking the ties. Like that's his outfit. He's got the old guy in the business suit outfit. So
I don't have I've people have taught me how to tie a tie 100 times, almost as many times as they taught me how to eat with chopsticks, and my brain doesn't retain the information. And so I need people to tie my ties for me, and I just leave them tied. And if they ever come untied by accident, then I'm screwed because I don't know how to put them back.
you know, Jeff, they have a book.
For that,
They have
they
a
have
book
little
for that.
clip-on ties.
If
I've
you
used those
think
before.
if you had a book on how to do that next to you, that you wouldn't be an issue at all for your life anymore if you just had that book.
The one
That's what.
book on how to. There,
No,
you
because
make a good point though. Like books on how to.
it'd be the tie, it'd be the bow tie, the different type. Isn't there like a Windsor knot and like a square knot and there's different knots.
I
So
was in Boy Scouts.
hey, Frank presents.
We should do a whole episode one day on dressing for success. I think that could help a lot of people,
And
especially in the panelverse.
yes, it's I think that's very true. One of the old sayings is your first impression is like if someone shows up to the show and for the first time, this is how you're going to present yourself the first time. It should be pretty important to you and them. How you doing,
Right.
Frank? How the games? How the games?
Frank, do you have any tips for us to be
Well,
successful? Oh, hang on, that was the wrong
drop the
account.
link.
Hang on, let me I did, but I put it under the wrong account.
Oh, okay. All right.
I figure out how to take it out. Frank, do you have any tips on how to be successful?
Oh, dude, you know what a classic book was? And it's not even a book. It's like a fairy tale. Or books, fairy tales. I mean, or yeah, is can a fairy tale be a book if it's on
Well,
paper
I mean,
bound
you
and
could
everything?
put a fairy tale into a book. They're
Right.
stories. You could.
Right. So the Emperor that wears no clothes, right? That is a great story that
Oh, I've always liked that
forever.
story. I've always related to it. You
Yes.
know what? We just lost a subscriber. We're under 800 now.
That's fine. They'll be back. They'll be back. They're playing games with you. It's probably Mike. He's not happy. He's not happy. All right. So, hey, we got
Okay, there's
Ninja
the real link
Kitty
and
Box. Welcome.
pinned to the
Good
top.
name. Yeah. So, hey, it's open show, guys. Your opinion matters to us. We love we love your participation. We do. We do. So, So Dagmar, I have to admit, I really don't believe in religious books. I grew up as a Catholic, but I also read the Quran, and my husband is Thai, believing in is it Buddhism? They have all have good points for a living. Yes, that's what I mean. If you can find a book that has good points for living, I think that's the successful
Well, have you
book.
found one? That's what people are here for.
Well, I found a lot, like it's in several uh, Buddhist authors that are all very similar, where it's just like go with the
Is
flow.
Yeah, how does that in a Western society, like with a westernized mindset, how does that help you become successful? Just going
Um,
with the flow, feel like is what got me here where I'm in the first place. I need something opposite because Buddhism is all about life is
Separate.
suffering and just detach from it all and become one with the universe.
I thought it was the understanding that life is suffer, the understanding that knowledge is your way to be free. That's the key to Buddha, right? Knowledge is the key to freedom. Understanding your situation is how you get out of it in the first place. Being blind to something, you can't get out of something you're blind to, right? If you
Um,
don't know you're stuck.
maybe not consciously. I think identifying the problem and then
So
coming up with a plan.
so this I guess it helps you identify, helps you one separate you from capitalism, which is the Western world, right? It's all about capitalism.
No,
Buddhists talk,
capitalism is the paradigm within which I'm trying to become successful.
right, but you can't. To me, books help you understand like the 50-50 of like the real world and the perception of the real world. You know what I mean? Because it's written down in someone's eye, from someone's point of view. So it's their perception of what is going on from them that we're reading
Right,
back.
and so how do you know whose perception to trust? Whose perception's going to be most accurate in guiding you through capitalism, modern day capitalism? And
Oh,
Frank, you mentioned Bex talking about videos. Philip and I decided that this could be expanded to YouTube videos, blog posts, social media, etc. So people may not get this information just from books. So if you have any YouTube channels you follow that help you with success, those are included.
yes, Frank. I am destroying the smart Asian stereotype, but I'm not that type of Asian, so I got lucky.
Oh, well, I never thought you were. So
Yeah,
there's no stereotype to destroy here
yeah,
on
yeah,
my end. I
yeah.
forgot you're Asian, actually.
Like I got full screen. I don't have widescreen. So
Oh. you you don't seem Asian to me. I just don't think of you as Asian. You're just
as
Philip.
yeah, I'm just Philip. Yeah, smudgy. Yeah. No, no, yeah, books that do that. I don't know, and also you got to read the books that are the negative books that teach you about
What not to do.
life, what not to do, and
What
what to look for. Like for example, there's a book out there is the 50 Laws of Power, and if you don't know about that book, if you don't read
I
about that book,
don't. Should we read them?
oh, that wait, Jeff, that's another thing. I think talking about this helps me create another idea for you because I think that's what your channel needs is that you have the
It's
consistency. You
power.
just got to fill in the show topics
It's
instead of
it
just
looks like
play.
it's 48 laws. So they're
Or there
two
might be
laws
more
short.
now.
Maybe we can come up with those two extra laws of power.
Don't read that book.
Don't read it. I was just looking up the list online. They have them
It's
online.
just
Like never
man.
outshine the master. That's the first one. I break that right away. That's
Yep. Yeah, this is a good one. We
I
can go over
probably
this.
break every one of these actually.
Helena, welcome, welcome. Shout out to Helena. This is way too
Man,
much
this is
bullshit
hardly
for the power
panelverse at
piece.
all. This is about as far from
Frank,
panelverse as you could get. I don't know where you've been hanging out.
this is just the right amount of bullshit. This is like just the right amount of tension. All right, you hang out, Frank. Trust me. Why haven't you joined? I know there's a book that you've read about video games or something. Oh, another thing about books, the community. It brings community. That's the one thing good about
Book
books.
clubs. I've been trying to do a damn book club forever. We
I
were
was
gonna
just
do
about
a,
to
a
say that.
Nietzsche one. I'm not. I know I'm not getting that Santa story.
I
I already
think
know that. I called that a long time ago.
what's a good day for a book club? Not Monday. Definitely not Monday. No one can commit to a Monday because everybody gets the case of the Mondays.
I don't think anyone could commit to anything.
I committed to Sunday, and
You
it looks
do.
like,
Yes, you
and
do.
then looks like Joe committed to Saturday. So Friday doesn't seem like a book club kind of day because everybody wants to party. So maybe Thursday or
Actually, we
Wednesday.
used to. I used to do book clubs with
What's a
Twitter
book?
people, and we
Okay.
did them on Fridays, and they ran for 10 to 11 hours.
A book looks like a
That's a
piece of
good.
paper, and
That's
then
a
you
good
just fold
question.
it
What
in
is a book?
half,
Is a
and then
Kindle a
there,
book?
there, there. See, so, see, look at it. I got a book.
Is a YouTube video with captions a book?
And then you fill it in with your nonsense from your brain. You just fill it in from the nonsense from your brain into here, and you boom, book. Later, panel people. Later, Frank.
We're
You're
not
gonna hang
panel
out.
people. You're mistaking us for panel people. We're upping our game. This is
You don't.
about how to evolve from being a panel person
Hey,
to
Frank,
an
don't threaten
actual
us.
successful, productive citizen of society.
Yeah, don't threaten us with a good time, Frank. Okay. Insert. And then Ninja Kitty Bonks. All
You
right.
had brought up the question before we started of are there are books can books be bad? Are there downsides to books? Can they be a negative? And I
Yes.
said they turn you into nerds and they alienate you from ordinary people that you might need to be able to make connections with to be successful.
But isn't that the person who read the book and not the book? They want to be they want to be alienated. They wanted to be a nerd. They want to be
Like,
that.
well, I know growing up, books are what alienated
Oh,
me from everybody around me. People were very
oh.
um,
But I think you.
intimidated by me or alienated because I read and they didn't, and so it put me in a certain category separate from the people around me. And I had a best friend that read books, and me and him were like the only two people in the whole town that read books. So he's the only other person I could talk to about books, and we were kind of our own little group, and we weren't connected to the larger group because of our
Ooh.
love of books.
Someone said the books made them nearsighted. That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah. And then someone asked, "Do self-help books work?" If there's something, yeah. If there's
But
something
probably
within that.
Nathan, you probably hang out with other nerds. That's what I'm saying. Books. There are communities around books, but there are sub communities that isolate you from the larger social. Like, I don't know how far communities scale anyway. I've never been successful with more in groups with more than maybe 1,000 people, a couple of thousand the most.
Minecraft was a bad book. Yes, there are bad books. Oh, and should be bad books be like removed?
No,
Right,
no, that's
right,
censorship.
right. Well. Okay.
I'm not for censorship. I don't have a
Where do you
problem
put
with
them?
gatekeeping books for minors and keeping them in a separate section where you need ID to access or something, but
Is that what it
they
is?
should be
Yeah.
made available for adults.
Yeah, and then maybe put on an FBI list after checking it out. But
No,
anyways,
FBI
yeah.
has no business monitoring what people read.
Welcome to Nathan. Shout out. Yeah, no, like I think it's the person who reads the book. If you're a bad person and you read a good book, you're not gonna get anything good out of it.
Dagmar, this is my problem. I read literature and philosophy, and that's not if that's not what everybody else around you is reading, that's going to isolate you. So books can enrich you but isolate you at the same time. And
That's
so
more.
you have to find a community of people that are reading the same books. Just like with any art form, like musical subcultures, um, fan communities that develop around movies and TV shows, etc. The more if you share a common art or art form with people, that's going to create a community, or a community could create around that. So if you're going to immerse yourself in books, you may not have as easy a time of finding a community as if you immerse yourself in something else, some other more like publicly accessible art form. Oh, reading can help with good dreams.
Oh, that's another thing. So I'm confused because people are like, you gotta live in the moment, right? Always gotta live in the moment, and books take you out of the moment and into your imagination. So I don't. I'm kind of
Well,
confused.
wait, where'd this idea come from that you have to live in the moment? Is that a Buddhist thing?
Yeah. Well, that's like a to me. You don't want to live in the past, right? You don't want to live in memory. You don't want to be constantly thinking about what
That's all I
happened
live in.
yesterday while you have someone in front of you who needs help.
Well, you make a good point that success is presumably in the future unless you already have it. So you want to be living into the future more than I think the present. The present
Now
is where the success is not, and the
there
future
is
is where the success potentially is. So you want to be living more in the future.
there is a book out there that does say live.
Thank you, Abe.
Did you get a member for 2 months? 2 months. Oh, he's been a member for
You
two
can
months.
buy two
No,
multiple
what it is,
memberships.
it's an announcement for how long they have been a member for.
Oh,
That's in a row, 2 months in a row. So that's
well, I
dedicated
sure
return
appreciate
member.
it. I love
Yeah. Peace.
my long termers.
Yeah, he wants a double piece. Maybe you should come up with like the double, like you know how the old Ronald Reagan guy had like the hee ha. Yeah.
W-
Or maybe
You
you're the
remember?
double guy. Yeah, you're the double guy. Remember the future.
Maybe that's the key to success is remembering the future.
Well, and you don't want to live in the future too much, right? You don't want to be thinking about the future while you got problems going on in your life. Like you're like, hey, I need to have a sports car because it's going to impress everybody in the future. But right now you're in debt.
But success isn't success about bringing the future into the present. So you have to part of my barrier to success I think is I'm future blind. I have a hard time conceptualizing the future just as a concept in
Hey,
general.
Shelly made it to the show today. Thank you, Shelly.
Shelley, welcome, welcome.
Yep.
And so without some ability to envision a future, like what success looks like in the future, and bringing that into the present, it seems like it would be more difficult to achieve success.
Yeah, life, like I said, that's what I think being in the flow of being able to go from being in the moment to thinking about the future while enjoying the past. That's what being in the flow is. You're able to do it all.
I think the past is the present. The present is like 99% the past, unless you deliberately intend something in the future that you then try to either bring into the present or align the present with.
And it's that Abe, welcome. Is that Honest Abe? Changed his name to It's That Abe?
Yeah, it's all Abe. I think he has multiple
It's all Abe.
accounts. Why? It looks like we're one.
Wow, the
We're
chat's going off,
we
dude.
still need four more super chats for our goal, but I thought we got two already, so I don't know why it's not counting.
Maybe we set the goal. Maybe we set it too late. Like it happened as you said it, so it's like it can't keep up. But anyways, we're all right. So we have a super chat goal of $10. We're already at $7, so we get $3 more in 2 hours. I think we can do, or an hour and a half. We can do it, guys. This is my main account. Oh, thank you. And
Well,
then
I'm counting both of them because Joe Cool and Beak both gave super chats, and it looks like YouTube's only counting one of them, but I'm gonna count both.
all right, and then we got a first book suggestion is by Ricardo Sunshine.
Shakti Gawain, Creative Visualization. Oh my God, that was like one of the first New Age self help. That was the book that got me involved with the New Age. I found it. I used to browse the self help section at the bookstore in the mall, and I picked up that book one day, and it took me down a huge self help rabbit hole that ended up with astrology and tarot cards and Wicca and all kind of stuff. But the basic principle is you visualize what you visualize your future. You have to be able to have some vision of the future. You have to know what kind of success you want. It's not just something that just vague something that randomly happens. So you have to be able to define success for yourself and then visualize it enough, like consistently enough to start aligning your goals with it so that it can start to happen and by through your own actions.
Like I know that athletes have said that they have thought about like professional like skateboarders and completing like the 900 and the special grinds and stuff that they saw them doing that trick before they did it. They saw the full interaction from when they started to like everything. They saw it happen before they did it. So I totally believe what you're saying. And I personally believe in that. Like I try to think I live a billionaire life, and I'm try to really think that. Like, what would a billionaire do every morning? You know, he would wake up, work out, do everything he needed to do to get ready for work. I wish I was doing it in another place.
I
Like I've been
appreciate
doing
him
it.
hanging out on stream for a couple of hours a week too.
And that's another thing about books. They make you test yourself, right? And through imagination, through your vocabulary. Sometimes a book will bring a new word to you or you haven't used before. Like books are so interesting. And I honestly think that if you had a book club on like a Wednesday or Thursday,
I've been
Tuesday, Wednesday,
trying.
Thursday, that I'd be down to host a book club with you. Let me know
Well,
what
let's
book.
pick a book. Let's pick some. I think the problem is I pick books that are too nerdy. We need something that's accessible.
We need something that creates a little bit of
I was
tension,
trying to do a Nietzsche book club.
like one of the ones that the girls read that could bring a lot of.
Yeah, what book do girls read? Now, you had mentioned a
I
book that
like.
you recommended for success, and it was the dictionary. You said to read the dictionary.
Yeah, only because like words are the new ammunition to success, right? The more ammunition you have, the better chance you're going to win the war. And the book has every word you could use and how to use it. So also, I thought that encyclopedias are great because you get to learn about the world, everything in the world that year without leaving your chair. It's great, and for I think some books actually hold value, which is interesting. And if you can like I don't know, I heard an encyclopedia sets hold
What
value.
read? I
So
read encyclopedias growing up, and it just made me nerdy.
yeah, but in a good way, Jeff. Like look, like
Mm,
you really can have some
more in a
great
bad way.
conversations with people. So War
Let's
of the
see this.
Words, yeah, yeah. Absolutely read an old dictionary. Cool. Use the Catholic conspiracy theorist. Now I'm atheist all because of the internet.
Now you're
Oh
an
man.
environmental conspiracy theorist,
So no,
an
the chat's on fire. I
an
appreciate that, guys.
ecotard.
Thank you. I didn't. This topic was suggested by somebody in the chat. So if you guys got another one, that'd be great.
What's next week's topic, by the way?
Let me see what the book says. Book says vibes
Oh
for
Lord,
success.
that's gonna be an intense one for me.
Yeah,
I
because that's
hate
another one I
vibes.
don't like. Someone else suggested, but I don't really know well about. So it's gonna be fun to hear people
I
talk
think I
about it.
think that's a good one.
Maybe I can find a book about vibes to bring with me by Sunday. Um, I don't know. That's so interesting that Nathan reads one book a week. If I
I'm
mean,
surprised he only reads one book a week. Nathan was. We used to be in a book club together. He was one of the few people that actually did show up for a book club.
I think he would just continue to show up if we had started a book club.
And
Non-fiction books. No, because I think fiction books open the imagination, and you can't just you got to have everything on your plate, right? That's what a book does. I think anybody being successful, it has everything on their plate, and so you got to have both. What are your thoughts on that, Jeff?
what was the question?
Nonfiction only, or can you dabble
Well,
in like?
that's the kind of books that I thought we would talk about today. Was like the how to be successful book. Like I don't know who are the people that teach that. Like
Well, I mean, there's a finance book called Rich Man Poor Dad.
yeah, that kind of stuff. That's all
You know,
nonfiction.
and it just and there are books that that's what another thing about books are is
Let me see if I can find a
like for
list.
example, I could probably put together a motor and do everything I could, but if I had a book, I could figure out the torque specs of bolts. I can figure out timing. I can figure out all these other things without guessing. And I think that's what books do is they help us take the guesswork away. And to me, that also helps save time. So if you
But
could
now
really,
people are turning more to YouTube videos.
oh, that's a good point. What is the future of books? So do you think, like, are people writing books still? Are people connecting with physical books, or are they not? If Nathan's in the chat, are physical books dying?
Um,
Books are going to be less popular in the future. Why do you think that is, WASF? Is
because people
because
don't read. We're becoming an audio and visual culture.
but
Even the young people, the young smart people, they do audiobooks or they watch YouTube videos, but they don't actually interact with text on a
I think
page.
people can read if you can create a good enough story for them. Like for example, like I never thought people would read, but then all of a sudden Harry Potter came out, and every kid had a Harry Potter,
Mm,
and
I tried to
um,
read it.
people didn't read, and all of a sudden people are. I know this isn't considered reading in a way, but they are still using their imagination and interacting with something. Twilight was popular, and then Game of Thrones was popular. So there are books that are popular, and there are still books that I think that were popular right now that are going to be made into TV shows. So I'm not in the book community, so it'd be kind of fun to join that community and see what's going on there. Social never took a root in America because the poor see themselves embarrassed millionaires. Interesting. Interesting. Wayne Dyer. I've heard. See what I mean? Like John
I do
Steinbeck.
think you get
Yep.
something from reading that can't be replaced by just watching a video. Okay, I just looked up some books on success, and I got things like How to Win Friends and Influence People, Dale Carnegie,
That sounds
Think and Grow
awesome.
Rich, Napoleon Hill, the Habits of Highly Successful People, Seven Habits by Stephen Covey, that kind of stuff. Those are the
I mean, we could
success
expand
books I'm
this.
familiar with.
I mean, I'd be okay to expand this into books for success like that. We'll go off the list.
The problem is I haven't read any of them. Maybe I should, and then we'll
Well, that's
see.
what I mean. We
Power of
go
Positive
through
Thinking,
and we
Norman
set a
Vincent
goal. It's
Peale.
like we have to read 100 pages by Sunday, which I think by every week, and then we come back and we talk about what we read. And we can definitely tell if someone cheated or not, if you didn't read it or not, right? Is that what a book club is? Unless you want to actually read the book out loud in front of us, which would be old school.
I'd be willing to try one of those books if somebody it is. First of all, is anybody out there successful, or any of you consider yourself successful? And if so, did one of these books help you to get there? Did you read Napoleon Hill and suddenly start changing your habits and behavior, and then it led you to be successful? What has any book? If I could just read a book and be successful, I would have done it by now. I have no book that I've ever read has translated into material success for me. I've
That's a
been intellectually
great
enriched,
point.
I've been culturally enriched, but I have not been financially enriched just from reading a book.
That's a good point. Now, Cliff Notes. Cliff Notes. That's a good point. If we can just consolidate books instead of going through the whole book, is that healthy? Are you gonna miss something?
That's a good question, Chuck, and we have a whole topic on that coming up at some point. But I think each person defines it for themselves. But I'm just using in a modern Western capitalist culture, I'm just using material success as a basic benchmark. Like
Maybe
more better pay, better job, more you can buy your own home, buy a car, whatever.
I would think to me
Social
success. Yeah,
mobility, economic success.
like all your bills are paid, and whatever emergency comes up, you're
Yeah,
paid for.
less debt, more disposable income, etc.
Yeah, reading is therapeutic, especially if you enjoy fiction and novels. That's what I'm saying. Luna Song, welcome, welcome. We have all kinds of people stopping by and chatting. I'm really stoked to see that.
That's a
Really
good.
stoked.
Luna makes a good point because reading to me is a form of active meditation. It helps me. It helps my mental health. It helps me psychologically. It helps me therapeutically. It doesn't necessarily help me directly be successful, but having a better the mental health benefits and the mindset that comes from reading can contribute to success indirectly.
Question, Jeff. Do you rock with the book or separate? Like, do you hold the book and rock with it,
I couldn't.
or do you
I've,
hold the
I've,
book
I'm sure
steady
I
and
have. I
rock?
couldn't tell you because I'm not ever aware that I'm rocking. So
Okay, that's
I'm
exactly the
quite.
reason
I
why we
remember
could go
growing
off
up, I
base
would
then.
sit in this little rocking chair and read. So I'm quite sure I was rocking while I was reading. We have pictures of me doing it.
I can just imagine. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Funny stuff. No, that's what another thing. I think that's another thing. If people read more, I think people would be more calm.
We should try it. How many of you read, if you want to put in the chat whether you read or not, and how many of you, Kitty was trying to, thank
Yes,
you,
dude.
Kitty. Kitty has something going on with her YouTube, or his YouTube, their YouTube. Thank you,
Measure
Kitty.
this. Oh, dude. Yeah. Kitty measures success about how much catnip I have.
Thank you, Beak. Thank you, Kitty. We're almost at our goal. I think we're
I
like
think one
one or
dollar.
$2 away.
Oh my gosh. All right. All right.
Oh, but you know what? YouTube won't let me do a new goal unless it counts on their terms. I can't count chats that it won't count itself because it's going to keep the same goal up. See, it says 5 light blue super chats are higher, and I got 2, but Joe Cool sent a light green chat, which should have counted because it's a higher tier than the blue. But it's not counting Joe's chat for some reason.
Dang it, Joe, you have to redo it. Send back in $2.
I think he was trying to bribe me into that
Dropping the
conspiracy
link.
theory. That's not
Yeah,
for sale. I
yeah.
don't think there's
That's
enough money in the world that can buy my interest in a conspiracy theory.
no.
Although, a quick plug, there was a movie on Netflix that was recommended to me called The Kings of Tupelo, and it's about a conspiracy theorist in Mississippi and like all the drama that comes. It's a real life story, and it's airing now. So if anybody has Netflix and wants to show it in Discord, I would be up for seeing it.
I'm watching pretty good movies lately. Well, not good. They're not good movies. I just watched some recent releases lately. Like, what was it? Something about The Rock was in a movie about some fictional movie about the Amazon and a Tree of Life. That was kind of dumb. That was horrible.
Luna, there's an Elvis impersonator in it. He's one of the characters. It it looks good. It's like kind of like Tiger King, I guess. It's one of those true life weird documentary stories about the shenanigans going on in this town, and it involves this conspiracy theorist that kind of took it a little
Did
too
you
far.
did you drop your Discord link? You guys don't know not Joe. Jeff has like an after show where he hangs out on Discord. So
We do have a Discord. You can contact me for the link, and I'll send it out. I don't like to put it in public because it keeps out the trolls. But we do have a Discord, so
ooh,
you can email me through my website,
you
and I
know
can
what's
send you the link.
so there's a good conversation in the chat about capitalism, and there are books about being not laws being in not law's favor and then being in Ninja Kitty Bonk's favor. What do you think, Jeff? This is a
I'm
tough one.
pro-capitalist. I'm trying to make capitalism work
No,
for
but
me.
does not laws have a point that
No, he never. No,
capitalism is kind of psychotic?
that's his opinion. That's an opinion.
It's not at all though. It is kind of crazy. It
I
is
mean,
kind of
humans are
crazy.
psychotic. We're psychotic monkeys.
Yeah, so you gotta embrace this. Like, yeah, you got yeah. So join us, not laws. Become a psycho.
Capitalism emerged from the nature of humans.
Some does, right? Some capitalism contains empathy, right? Some. There's a book out there
Those are
that
two
says,
different. Capitalism and empathy have nothing to do with each other. Those are two different axes. You can be a capitalist and have any degree of empathy along the spectrum that you want.
"What did
They're not related to each other. Now, I will say that capitalism probably maximizes for sociopathy in the sense that it only cares about the profit motive and that's it. And the people I know that rise to the top of the capitalistic hierarchy, I think there's a higher proportion of sociopaths and narcissists that have the personality traits to be successful at that layer. But that doesn't mean that the rest of us who are not sociopaths and narcissists can't take advantage of capitalism and make it work for us.
right, right?" Like there's like supposedly the nonprofits are out there to help, right? But people are capable of three things: error, ignorance, and malice. There is a non-system immune from any, and so to blame capitalism is the mistake here. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree.
Right. You can get rid of capitalism today. It's not going to change human nature. Kitty's
Yeah,
right.
no,
People
yeah.
are still going to be malicious and violent and aggressive and hostile toward each other. They're still going to be ignorant and they're still going to
So
make
not laws.
mistakes and live in
That's
error.
a good argument there. Return. I want to see what not laws have to say in return. But so no, there's good books about capitalism, and there's the good and bad of capitalism, and geez, that'd be confusing. And that's what I always talk about books. There's so many out there. Where do you start? Where do you think you should start, Jeff? Reading
About
self-help.
capitalism. I don't know. Is it like Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, one of the foundational texts, and then maybe Marx, Das Kapital? I have no idea. I guess I should learn. If I'm going to learn capitalism, I should know the books. Um, uh, WAS in America we have kind of a mixed market economy with some most modern westernized nations do have some form of social safety net and socialistic component to the capitalism. So I'm not necessarily advocating for pure capitalism, but to the extent that you do have capitalism, you do have the benefits that come from the potential that capitalism can bring to a society.
Not less. He's holding firm. He's not bending
You
the
pay way
knee.
more attention to him than I do. So.
Well, it's just funny reading the chat. No, it's good to read the chat, and I try to do both. I try to interact with the chat and hang out with you and see what they have to say. And no, and thinking about the topics and books, and it's kind of funny. I think it's funny that someone brought the topic up, and I had no idea about books, and I didn't have time to read a book.
Well, you read the dictionary. You're ahead of most people, I think.
So we know we're evolved because we are not afraid of vacuum cleaners. That's well, those little Roombas are kind of freaky. No, no, life's good. Life's good. Life's good. No one joined. I'm really surprised. No one joined the show. And shared with us. Next time, it's always
Well, we
open.
still have an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah. No. So I was thinking about books, good and bad. What are they for? The history of books. What do you think about that, Jeff? That I heard a quote that said, "History is written by the victor, the ones who won." You know what I mean? So books are kind of biased in some ways, and you
Well,
know what I
but
mean.
there's books. All history is fitting facts into a story. So there's books that cover all the different possible perspectives. There's not just one version of history.
Yes, that's what I like about world history and being able to see different points of views and stuff, um, and it's always changing. Like for example, you had a conversation with Leggy the other day about how the Egyptian science history is changing
The
because science is
pyramids.
changing. Yeah, because science is changing and evolving. So now
Science
history
is
is
pretty much what it's always been. Science itself is not changing.
well. I would think that science is getting better at determining science. Like breaking down if there was like a number, science got better at breaking down the whole number into decimals, and then
Well,
once you
yeah, but it did that centuries ago. It's not there. There's not really
well,
major.
that's just an example. Is now they're doing it with computers and able to read rocks and carbon date rocks. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's
maybe AI and quantum computing, when they achieve it, might lead to some kind of advance in science. But
oh,
the scientific method and the scientific process is pretty much what it's always been since the scientific revolution.
so I love that you said that, Jeff. AI and the future of books. Do you think that people will use AI to write books?
Yeah, I think they're going to
Okay,
create their own books and their own movies, whatever they want to see. Hey, AI, make
and
me a
then
movie about this thing.
put their name on it, even though like a
Well,
software program that's owned by somebody design create that script book, and then do you think they're going to be so bad that people recognize it? Like, do you know there's AI YouTube channels making money right now?
yeah, people have been doing that with the art too. You know, like those
Right.
NFTs that were so popular
Yes.
for a while.
Right. And so, like, with that, will people not be able to understand like a real wow, a real like a real book compared to AI book?
I don't
This is
think we're going to
crazy.
ever have AI Shakespeare. I think there's still a role for human creativity that
I,
transcends what machine models can do.
you don't think that someone will be able to input the right key phrases into an AI program to create like an epic?
You might get an epic because that's a genre, but it won't be the quality of Shakespeare
Hmm. What was the quality
or
of
Homer.
Shakespeare? And that's another thing. Like people, you say the
That's
quality of Shakespeare. That was written, right? That's a book.
I was about to say that's my look. Here we go. This
Our
book,
first book of
baby.
the show,
This
guys.
book for
That's
success right here. The complete Shakespeare. This is the book. If you
15
can't
minutes
become
in.
successful by reading Shakespeare, this will teach you everything you need to know about people, about yourself, about consciousness, about culture.
Why? I would love to get into that because I never understood Shakespeare like that. I thought it was some hippy dippy shit that was hippy dippy shit.
No, Shakespeare's the most brilliant
I never
like
understood
human mind
Romeo and
probably that ever
Juliet.
existed.
That shit's
Most
so
brilliant
stupid.
writer.
Romeo and Juliet's stupid.
Well, he wrote a bunch of other stuff.
Okay, you're like, all right, yeah, Romeo and Juliet's stupid. No, like, no, that's a good book. I'm surprised it took us an hour to bring a book in. I don't have any books besides comic books or a little mini Bible.
I don't think I've ever read a comic book. I can't read. I'm too distracted by the pictures. I can't focus on the text of the story. I can't combine the two.
My first comic book I read was too long, dude. It was crazy. It was like a super comic book. It was too much. It's too much. Guy was trying too much. It was
Yeah,
too long.
Shakespeare has layers and layers of depth. He's one of those authors where you can read the plays over and over and over, and every time you read them, you're going to see something more, something
Oh
deeper.
no, I got called
They
out.
never end.
Shakespeare is not what you think about. It dig deeper. No, I did dig deep. It's not that deep. How deep can go with Shakespeare? With Romeo and Juliet. Oh man, I'm gonna get canceled for this. I'm gonna get canceled for this. All right. Well, like for example, like I love how books have now like translated into movies, right?
Yeah, a lot of times the movie's better. I prefer the movie to the book.
Are you serious? Because like I hear a
Especially
lot of
lately,
books.
they're making a lot of the TV series that they're making are all based on books, and I think that long form storytelling that having an episodic series provides takes me into the world more than just reading it. And
I
plus, modern fiction doesn't have the same quality of like classical fiction, I guess. So I'd rather see it in the movie form. At least I can get the story, and not have to be so conscious of the quality of the writing.
that's
But
not
that's
that's
just
cool,
me
but
being a literature snob.
yeah, books need all the advertising they can get. Movies help that. I know for a fact that the show Game of Thrones got my brother to read Game of Thrones. You know what I mean? So,
Which did he prefer?
oh, I don't know. I just
Oh.
know that he got the book and started reading it while the show came out, and I was like,
I
whoa.
would rather read Lord of the Rings than watch it. That's one series that I think I'd rather the book, except for the Hobbit cartoon.
If there's a book I can recommend, is find one about humbleness. Get ready
Is
to be
there one?
humble.
Which book
There's
is
got to be
that?
one out there. There's got to be one out there that says you got to be more humble. Uh,
I'm
so
I'm working on it actually. I think I've been making progress. I hope that's not too arrogant to of me to think.
you know what's interesting about books too is
I mean, being willing to work a fry station is pretty humbling.
oh gosh, yeah, the manuals. That book, your fry manual, bro. It's gonna be like this.
I'm excited. I'm embracing it. Not only am I
I'm excited
humbled,
for you.
I'm
For some
actually
reason,
excited.
for some reason, I have a weird idea that McDonald's is playing a game with you. They're waiting for employees who go, you know what? I'm not going to wait for McDonald's to call me. I'm going to call them and let
But
them know that I applied. My application is waiting and ready. And all they
you
have to
know
do
what? I
is
might
look.
do that because I was going by the little AI lady, Olivia, that I talked to, and
Hell
she
no.
said
Don't
that
let
they'll
AI
call me.
determine your life, Jeff.
Right, you are absolutely right. I'm gonna take charge of that
I think
fry
that's what
station opportunity in my mind.
McDonald's wants
My
to see.
biggest fear is I'm gonna get the job and I'm gonna get all excited, and after a week on the fry station, I'm gonna be like, "That's all this is. This is it. There's nowhere to go from here. I have to just keep doing this the whole time."
Hey, there's a guy who worked at Burger King, never missed a day of his life, and got 20 bucks or something like that. Or, it's totally
I
worth it.
applied to Burger King too. I
Yeah, it's totally worth
I
it.
hit them all.
So, no, no, the other thing about books is that they record how bad we were in history and remind us like about bad things. You know what I mean? If we didn't have the books about world history and record like what like
We wouldn't know how
slavery.
racist and sexist everything was.
Yeah, the DI. That was a great moment for books.
Yeah. Was it white fragility and
There were
how to
DEI
be an
books for a minute there, Jeff.
anti-racist?
Those actually might be valuable now. They might go into some kind of historical thing of
Like
where
the
people might.
period pieces that I
Yes,
recognized them for at the time.
yes. And books might actually come back from being canceled. Didn't they actually stop selling like a couple books because they were going too far of like showing society what it could be and where we were going? What book was like 1987 or something like that, or
Oh,
18?
1984 and Brave New
Yeah,
World.
yeah. So, what do you think? Is there gonna be a book about Trump?
There is. There was already one. They let's see. They
I'm so
posted it in
excited.
Discord. Let me
There
see. Hang
is.
on. Let me pull it up.
Dude, we should read the book
Because
about
we were
Trump.
having a discussion on whether it was gonna
Talk
be
about
ghost written or not. Here.
content, tension. It's a modern thing. Let's do it. Let's get the book about Trump.
Well, somebody
China's
already
not
beat you
communist
to it.
though. Really?
The hottest gift is my new book, Save America. Look, he's using the
We should read that,
crest.
Jeff.
You
We
could
should
get a
read that.
gold bow put on it.
Yes.
45books.com. Let me check it out.
Yeah. How much is it? $45?
Let's
Everything's
see. What a
45.
bargain. Shop
Oh, look at that
shop the Trump
page.
collection. Wow. Featured book $99.
$99 for a book.
Let's see. Order now.
Come on, how many pages is it?
Save
13?
America. From historic summits with world leaders to candid oh, it's a photo book. It's like a coffee table book.
Whoa.
Wow.
There's different books.
And there's also letters to Trump. You can get
Yeah, look
this
at
one.
that. Jeez, we're gonna go
Well,
shopping.
like who's more successful than Donald Trump? That's one of the greatest comebacks in all of history.
I think that's the first book we should buy for success.
Didn't Trump write a book, The Art of the Deal? Was it? Did anyone read that? I still didn't get an answer from the audience on A, if they read, and B, if they're successful and what books, if any, help them become that way.
You haven't been reading the audience? Yes, they know about Shakespeare. Is it Luna? Knows about Shakespeare. Not Laws knows about anarchy.
Ricardo did bring up creative visualization.
Yep, yep.
So,
Knows about communism, and then yeah, Ricardo. Yeah, see, we got some readers. We got some
but do
readers,
we
Jeff.
have successful readers?
No, no, they didn't say that. One of them thinks they understand Shakespeare. I don't get it. So
I don't think you ever fully understand Shakespeare.
no,
Just
right?
like you never fully understand God or the Bible. There's always more.
Well, if you don't read much, well, we're going to start a book club. It's going to be The Art of the Deal
Yeah,
by
let's
Donald
pick. We
Trump.
never settled on a book. What's
The Art of the Deal by Donald Trump, dude. I'm not joking. Let's do it.
let me look
It's
it
a
up.
yeah. Let's look up a
I'm
Donald
not
Trump book.
I'm not opposed to it. I'm
He's
not
one of your
I'll
idols. He's
read
one of my
Dr.
idols.
Seuss at this point just to have a book club.
God, you gotta tear us down.
1987 book. Let's see.
So, and you can
It
join us.
talks about his childhood. It's like a biography of him.
Isn't that?
It's
Wouldn't that be good to know about Donald Trump? Like, is that that'd be good knowledge, right? To know about your president.
I don't know. I was looking for something with more practical
Read the Orange
advice.
Book. What's the Orange Book? Read something by Silas House. Well, that's a good name, Silas. All right. It has to be something easy for me to read, though, guys. Come on, it has to be at my level. Like
The Orange
that,
Book, Reclaiming Liberalism. I did have a book suggested me today called Diffusing American Anger on polarization and how to have like conversations with each other in our the polarized moment that we live in today. How to overcome polarization. But I don't know if that's necessary. I mean, that could potentially help you be successful.
yeah, I would say so. What is polarization? That sounds like picking sides.
How liberals and conservatives hate each other, and how the woke people hate everybody else.
Someone said
Oh, we might have a guest joining us if they can make the connection.
Chuck from Tennessee.
No,
Always, oh,
but I would love to talk to Chuck. Chuck, I'm still trying to talk to you. Speaking
Someone's
of success, I have ideas on how we can all become successful.
for about I think 6 months there was a book called Acquaintance or something like that where it was recommended to flow state.
Wait,
You
what
should
was
read
it called?
Acquaintance or something like that.
Aquinas,
Yeah,
the
yeah, I don't know.
philosopher.
Yeah, yeah. He's like, you should read that. And I was like, all right. So there you go,
Well,
dude.
I will give Flo credit. He may not read them, but he is at least willing to listen to audiobooks on classic philosophical text, like foundational text for modern philosophy.
Yeah, polarization is done on purpose. Ooh, that's it's taught, right? Right? I would say polarization is taught. That's a good one. Yeah, maybe democracy isn't
I
that
don't
good.
know. It seems like a natural and emergent
Republic,
reaction to
Republic. I fight for the
humans these
Republic.
days. Man, I hope our guest connects. I don't. It doesn't look like it's successful so far. But
We still got an hour. They have an hour to figure out their internet and move
okay,
to a
well,
different spot in the world. Walk to the
sure.
highest mountain. Go to McDonald's and steal their Wi-Fi. Go to Starbucks. They have good Wi-Fi.
That's one place I didn't try. Oh yeah, I did look up Starbucks. They didn't have any openings in my area.
That's a tough business, dude. I don't know if I could do that.
I don't think
Making
I could
drinks.
work the coffee machine. Like
Well,
the,
that's what I mean. I think you need to know how to. I think you
it
need to
would
know
be
how to
very
read.
high pressure. I could work a fry station, but making it espresso seems way more complex.
Bro, I saw a great clip of a barista. There was a lady, and she's like, "I think you forgot my milk in my drink." He's like, "Well, yeah, because that's not your fucking drink."
Damn, what did she
And she had that.
do?
Well, she had that attitude, just like, "Well, I think you forgot my milk." I was like, "Well, yeah, because that's not your fucking drink."
Well, all he had to say was that's your drink is coming up.
But the way
Oh,
he said it,
yours is coming up in just one
he said it
second,
in.
ma'am. Your
He said
drink will
it.
be right up.
I
There's
didn't
a
have
very
his
friendly
accent.
way you could resolve that situation.
He said it in
It
a
was
sassy.
probably in Seattle where they're all passive aggressive and
Yes, it was a
yeah.
passive aggressive fuck. Yes, yes. Some people are fancy with their fucks. I'm not very fancy.
Dante put those people in the fifth circle of hell,
Like if
at the bottom of the river Styx,
like
gurgling in the mud.
you know how we talked about earlier. There's books about talking about thinking about your future, think about living the life you live. Like, do you think a billionaire would say "fuck" differently, or a million? Like, do you think people say that word differently at different levels, or they just remove it from their vocabulary, or do you think everybody's
No,
like
I think they would say more
"fuck"?
of. Like there's less consequences for them saying it. They would throw that around even more. It's a mark of status to be able to tell people to fuck off and say fuck and fuck you.
Yeah, yeah. There is a
If they
old
they, they
saying,
te- it's power
"F you
testing. I
money."
think they
Yeah,
would
"F
use
you
it to
money."
test their status and power.
Yeah. You find one. I'll show you. You have number three. We'll use to exploit others. Jesus. Yes. So I think another one we should read is the 48 Laws of Power. I think it'd be funny.
Well, they have the website. I mean, that would be. It's not really a book club, but it would be easy to go through the laws.
Do you think? Because like people say, keep on saying this, like China and capitalism. Do you think China and capitalism are two things that really mix? It seems like they don't really mix. It seems like they are, but they aren't. It's like false capitalism. I
Never
don't know.
put too much trust in friends. Learn how to use enemies. Conceal your intentions. Always say less than necessary. I violate every single one. That's probably why I'm not successful. If I could learn to do the opposite of everything I'm doing now,
Yes, Jeff. That's what
I would be rolling in the gravy.
I've been trying that for like a year.
But you're better at masking and like Joe and I were having this conversation the other day.
Joe
Uh,
Accord?
uh, yeah, Joe Accord about altering your nature. Like
Yeah, being a chameleon in a
yeah,
sense.
that. I don't have that skill. I'm
Would you
better
want
at
that skill?
being whoever I am in that moment, being that thing, more than I am hiding that thing and changing it into something else.
Game of Thrones has a good chameleon. There's a good chameleon in Game of Thrones. Ugh. Have you watched that show yet?
No, I haven't. I'm worried I'm going to find it too creepy.
It's not too bad. Yeah, no, I'm not very good chameleon either. I'm like a half chameleon.
Play a sucker to catch a sucker. Seem dumber than your mark. I might be able to pull that one off.
Yes.
See, do not commit to anyone. My superpower is commitment. I can't imagine not committing. These seem like horrible
Well,
tips.
why would you commit to somebody who didn't commit to you?
Well, it's saying don't commit to anyone, except for yourself.
Right.
But how do you grow and forge connections outside of yourself without commitment? Like we've
Well,
done
you
entire
still can.
streams on the value and power of commitment.
You still can be there for somebody. Just don't commit yourself. You know.
Commitment is important. It's how things grow and move, and how
But you're
communities
important
happen,
too.
and common goals get achieved. Darn, Helena, I was looking forward to it. I maybe one day we'll
Yes.
get to
Yes. 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 I don't know what happened. I have no control. Spirit fingers
how
here.
to be successful. Get a better Wi-Fi connection.
No. Yeah. Yeah. If there's a book on the Panelverse, do you think there'll be a book on the Panelverse one day?
Oh, I have. There'll be probably classes on it taught in colleges 100 years from now.
I don't think every topic has a book on it. Do you think so?
I think every topic could potentially have a book on it. There's probably more
Yes.
topics than people.
You were talking about yesterday about mythos in books, right? Yesterday,
Yeah,
mythology.
mythology.
What's up with that? You remember what you were talking about?
Hmm.
Do books really create that for people? Like a book having a story that people connect with, that pass through generations, that
Well,
people live their life by. You know what I mean? That's pretty
like the
heavy.
Bible.
Whoa, 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 Jeff. We're not talking about fake stuff here. We're talking about real stuff.
No, but the Bible would be what example of modern mythology? You got to remember, before mythologies were written down, they were passed down orally, and so the
Well,
oral.
that's what we're told, right? Do you think?
Yeah,
Do you think? Do you think that was right? Do you think you could tell us like duck duck? We know the telephone game sucks. We can't even get stories passed down in the same room within 20 people.
well, we can study existing like cultures now that are non-literate that pass down their stories orally. So we're
Yes.
pretty certain that there was an oral tradition that predated the written one. Like we know that from Greece and the Hebrew culture. The Bible was not written down from the start. It was oral traditions that were passed down that were eventually codified into writing at different
Yes.
points in history. So the oral tradition preceded the written tradition, and the way that oral stories and mythology and culture is passed down is a different method than the way it's passed down through writing. And so you have kind of two different traditions of transmission which develop two different types of stories, and a written culture as it develops becomes different than an oral culture, and those two distinctions are very, very significant for cultural history, and that's some of the stuff I'm going to talk about if I get this series off the ground.
Hmm.
So when you talk about mythology, how that mythology is transmitted is important. Is it transmitted textually through books, or is it transmitted orally through singing,
Do you,
dancing, theater, preaching? In these days, it would be TVs, movies, music, radio.
do you think there's a good book for American history? Have you read one yet, or no?
I've read general. I would go back to the actual founding document, like the Federalist Papers, Thomas Paine, the Declaration of Independence, the writings of Thomas Jefferson, Franklin, all that stuff. I would read the actual documents from the founding fathers and start there.
Wow, that's
But
awesome.
then, like you got to remember, history is just a narrative that different facts and events are fitted into. So none comes to mind right now as like which narrative, like is there a particularly outstanding narrative out there that fits all of that together. But I'm sure there's even the Wikipedia article on American history is a place to start. The advantage of Wikipedia is it footnotes everything and it gives you links to primary sources. And so you could use the article as a starting point and then follow up their sources for more detail. I have a few general history books, but they're just like surveys of history. I don't. I know.
Yeah,
I know some
yeah.
people recommend Howard Zinn, which I do not. That's kind of the woke version of history. But each book on American history or any type of history is going to select certain facts and then present them in the form of a story.
Did you say Howard Zen?
Yeah, is that his name?
What? I
The
don't know, but
people's history or something.
why would you say he could? He's got like kind of a woke kind of point of view of history.
Because he is.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Look! You can tell by how excited Not Laws is getting about it.
How excited that was!
Three
I but
exclamation points and
and
a yeah, baby.
three. Yeah, baby. Hey, that's worth $1 right there, not Luz. Come on, show us $1. We Howard, yeah, we need a shout out to Howard Zinn.
Yeah, how close are we to our goal?
I think you hit it,
We
dude.
still
I think you
need
hit
three
it.
more super chats
Yeah, but I think you
to
hit
reach
your
our
$10
goal.
goal, didn't you?
Huh?
Did you hit $10 or $9?
No, just let's see how far I am. It needs three more. The problem is it's not just the amount; it's also the amount of super
It's the,
chats. So
it's the
because
amount to us, Jeff. It's the amount to us. We're doing a 2 times multiplier.
I know, but we're limited by what YouTube locks us into, and because I had picked specifically 5 super chats, it won't mark the goal as complete until we get actually 5
All
separate
right.
super chats.
Well, how many we got? 2?
We have 2, so we need 3 more. Look,
A
Beak.
beak.
Oh, Beak. Damn! Wow. We need 2 more. Beak is
Rock
leading
and
the way.
roll. Yep. Rock
And one of those was on behalf of Kitty. And Joe Cool did send one earlier, but I don't know why it didn't get counted.
Yeah, yeah. Don't worry. We don't want that commie credit card.
I feel like YouTube did him wrong. Maybe it was
Yeah.
oppression.
Not laws is valid. He's a commie. He doesn't have money. It's all part of the system. Sorry, not laws. I forgot.
And eventually, when I go vertical one evening, I'm gonna get to try out that new jewels thing where you buy batches of jewels that you can send gifts with.
Actually, I wanted to.
I don't have a choice, not laws. I can't. There's no way to reject super chats. If people send them, they go directly to my account, and I can't stop them. I can't send them back. I can't. I'm forced to take them. So I have to take your dirty Canadian commie money. My hands. I feel very disempowered.
You feel disempowered.
I'm not going to tell you not to donate because capitalism and success and all that. So I will let you self-determine what you wish to do in that area. I don't judge people either way. I don't judge the people that don't donate, and I definitely appreciate the people that do. But I would never judge someone that donates regularly that decide to stop donating. I wouldn't judge that either. People have infinite reasons for why they make the decisions they make.
Not laws. If I remember correctly, commie fries taste just like freedom fries. They taste the same.
Who sells commie fries? Maybe I need to go sample those.
Well, the McDonald's in Canada.
Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't. I will never be in Canada, so that's not a problem I'm gonna have.
Jeff might get lost in Canada one day. How did I end up here? Never. More healthy. Commie fries are more healthy. They're better for the soul. No. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Do you
Well,
think books?
we have no books for a book club. We didn't reach our super chat goal. I'm not sure we even came up with books to help people be successful. There's nobody in the chat that has insight that claims to be successful or can offer
had
books
2
that help
books.
them.
We had
Creative
2 books.
visualization and what? The orange book?
And your book, the
Shakespeare.
Shakespeare. So we had 2 books, Jeff.
Well, maybe we can do
books.
a Shakespeare book club.
And then we also got, like I said, I wasn't denying I have Dr. Seuss and comic books. So
I feel this episode might have been a bust.
It might be. No,
in relation to what was promised. Hey,
you
Timmy.
made more money today than you did last show.
Silas's
You're so negative,
house.
Jeff. It's so
Do
fun.
you Timmy, do you have any books that have helped you become successful? Are you successful? Let me check out this Silas House thing.
Yeah, we were successful today, Jeff.
Oh, he's an author. He's not a. It's not a book.
Yes.
It's a guy.
Yes.
He looks like a cross between Johnny Rotten and the guy from Simple Minds, Jim Kerr. Oh, it's about gays in Appalachia. Clay's
Like,
quilt.
like, gays in the mountains?
Yeah, mountain gays.
Like Brokeback
Maybe that's
Mountain?
where. That's probably where all the trad husbands are. I might have to move to Appalachia to be successful. Oh wow,
Timmy.
Timmy's already given us some gold. 4-hour work week.
I like that.
Okay.
Yes, yes. Timmy, welcome.
And is that a book or is that just a general tip? Like
I love that.
work
4-hour
work
week.
work smarter, not harder.
Yes, 4-hour work week. We gotta make that a new line in the sand. We only work 4 hours.
How to unlock. Oh, this is good stuff. Thank you, thank you. This is what we're looking for. This jacket, not Laz, I will have you know, came from Nordstrom's, and it was bought at the recommendation of a very good, close gay friend that kind of became my self-appointed stylist.
Open the jacket
And
one more time, Jeff. Hold
Helped
on.
me learn how to dress myself. Oh,
Why are there
yeah,
dots?
look, it's
Why are there dots in there? Why are there dots
no,
in
it's
there?
more than just dots, dude. Hang on, you got to get the full appreciation.
Are they heat
of this.
dots?
It's a
Oh.
it's a what's
Star Wars?
fuck, what's his name? Ted Baxter. He's a designer guy. Look, it has a
Here's a
whole
train.
scenery inside of it, and it's
Holy
like
Express.
silk and shit. It's a Victorian train car. Or something.
Number 3, principles. Ray Dalio, and then 4, built to sell. John Warlow. Thank you, Timmy.
Oh,
Thank you.
well, why don't we pick one of these for a book club?
Well, I said Donald Trump, but you died by Donald
Yeah,
Trump.
but I trust this Timmy guy way more than I trust Trump.
Yeah,
Let's
okay.
see, built to sell.
And then houses in Nordstrom. Jack
Ray
Osborne.
Dalio, I've heard of Dalio.
Jack
Timmy, if you had to
Osborne.
pick one to start with to do a book club on, we're thinking about doing a live book club on stream. Which one would you recommend for like newbies that have never picked up one of these books before?
Should I be writing these down, Jeff?
You can if you want, or
Yeah, I can write these down for our
I
book
mean
club.
they'll have the chat available later.
Yeah.
Building a story brand sounds good. That's what I'm trying to do here. Look at there. Build it and they will come. He will
That's a
come.
movie. Yeah, I've seen that movie. What do you think about that concept, Jeff? Build it there. Come. Like I was saying, the more
Worked
the doors
today.
are open-
Timmy showed up and started dropping everything we asked for. Success, whatever that is, and I'm just taking it right now as just economic success, like how to become successful in modern day America. Better job, better income, that kind of stuff. Whatever your personal economic goals are, how to achieve them, whether it's to be self-employed, entrepreneurship, whether it's to make more money working less, whatever. Oh, Kitty!
There it is, Jeff.
Wow, it worked. Oh my God, thank you. We're one away. One more $2 super chat, and we will have achieved our goal for the day,
There you go, Jeff. We're almost
which would be success.
We're
So
almost
not only do we
successful.
get book recommendations, we have a book club brewing, and we may even have met our super chat goal.
Look at
I
this
was
shit show.
all
Look at
ready
this
to
shit
write
show.
the street right. I was already to write this off as a shit show, and we might have achieved success
Thank
after
you,
all.
Ninja Kitty Bot.
Okay, 4-hour work week.
I like that one the best. I don't know why.
Why
that
don't we?
one's-
Why don't we do that one? 4-hour
Yeah.
work week.
Okay. All right. 4-hour work week.
All right,
I'll look
I
it
am
up.
going to. I wonder if there's a free version online. I know
Oh,
that's
yeah, I
not
know.
very successful for the dude that wrote the book, but we're not at that level of success yet. All right, here's the book that Timmy's recommending, 4-hour work week,
Get
by
it if you
Timothy
wanna try.
Ferris from 2007. It's about lifestyle design. Wow, I like that concept. So I wonder how many. It's 308 pages. How
I
many
could do that.
chapters?
Not too many. Hopefully with some pictures.
Well, there's a sketch
There's
on
a
the cover.
there's a sketch on
Let me
the cover at
pull
the
up the
start.
table of contents. And
WASF. How to be a great con man book. Hey, we haven't got to that level yet, okay? The pyramid, we're just building the base.
all right, let me see how many chapters there are.
Hey, Philip, Hollywood called.
Step
They
one,
want to
step
put you
two,
in a
step
movie
three,
where you
step. There's
play
four steps,
Corbin
and then
Blue.
some miscellaneous materials. So we could take like, and each step is divided into
Uh,
like 3 or 4 chapters. So the first step has 4 chapters. We could take the first step, do those 4 chapters, if that's not too burdensome. There's the Amazon link.
uh,
Right, because right now I have a 7-day work week. I'm on this stream 7 days a week, plus some evenings. I
no, thank
can't
you,
imagine
Jeff.
cutting that down to 4 though.
No, I think it's more of like dedicating 4 hours to yourself. You know what I mean? I don't know what's a book. What do you think this book's about? Is
Well,
it the?
these are the
That's
steps, and
good.
they spell out deal, DEAL. The first step is D for definition, which I imagine is like defining what your goal is. E, step 2 is E for elimination. Step 3 is A for automation, and step 4 is L for liberation. So those are the 4 steps. The acronym is DEAL, and we can do our first book club on step 1, D for definition. How to burn $1 million in a night. Rules that change the rules. Dodging bullets. I'm already excited. And system reset. Those are the 4 chapters for step 1.
Oh, shout out to Timmy, dude. We're excited to start this book. When do you want to do this?
Yeah,
Wednesdays?
when should we do this? Like, how? Like, give people a week to read the first 4 chapters.
Okay. All right.
Maybe on a Thursday. You said Friday's no good.
I think it's about prostitution.
Wednesday's Hump Day.
See, that's. I think we could have had fun talking about what the book could have been for like 20 minutes, Jeff. We got one.
Like, make our own version of it.
Yeah, like what do you think a 4 hour
For,
work week book would be about?
give us four. Give us books with book titles for success, and we'll come up with the content ourselves.
I got no Google Books. That's okay, not lost. We appreciate you being here. Your
And I have
cats are awesome.
another. Well, don't build them up too much.
His cats
Um,
are hilarious.
and another tip for success: don't forget to pee, hydrate. Don't forget to feed yourself. That's real easy to do when you're sitting on this YouTube. And I have to pee really badly, so I'm gonna
Oh
put
no, no,
that step into
definitely.
action right now. Philip,
No,
can you handle it for another
yeah,
minute?
yeah, no, definitely. That's
All right,
definitely a book.
I'll be right back.
There's books on diet, but there's one book about diet, and I know one thing that helps is always eating before doing something, right? If you got something big going on, try to eat beforehand, so at least you have the energy to accomplish it. So, um, I think it's called balance or something like that. Is understanding what foods are good for you, and I don't know. To me, that's kind of cool. Like I ate before the show. I knew that if I didn't eat before the show, I'd probably struggle thinking. So no, but I'm hoping to do this show with Jeff, just because I know Jeff is good at he's read a lot of books. Yeah, Jeff squeezing the juice. No, and it's a bad time because I know I gotta sneeze too. It's hilarious. I gotta my nose is running right now, so it's just funny. No, I appreciate everybody coming in. I thought doing a show. What'd you eat earlier today? No, I went to McDonald's, bro. I did a early, just quick drive through because I didn't have time. Ninja Lady, have you ever built or ran anything? Hey, I'm pretty sure. Hey, Timmy, thank you for your suggestions on the books. Well, it looks like we have a book and everything, so I'm excited to grow this community and be more successful. That's what it's about. Everybody growing successfully. I have my own YouTube channel if you guys are interested in gaming and stuff like that. Like right now, I'm playing some card games. To me, having a hobby is a good thing, and there are books about hobbies and understanding your hobby. And I think that's what books are for, is just understanding things better. Like if there's a book on Spanish, it'll teach you every word, the history of the words, how to use them, when to use them. Instead of just walking around and trying to figure it out on your own, there's a book for that. People have experienced everything and written it down for us, and I think it's going to save us time. And that's what this is for. This show is for. Ninja lady ever built anything? Built and ran a family business for 35 years. That's awesome. It was very successful and very well respected the entire time. Jack Loss, I don't know, man, does it really teach the books? Yeah, no, no. I think books are there just, like I said, just to hone in on skills. It's up to you and applying it. Like we were saying, like someone was saying earlier that like the more they read, the more separated they felt from people. And it's like, was that really the book doing that, or is that you reading more and becoming more separated? I think that's a great freaking question. I think most people have to learn from their life. Well, isn't that what books are? Or people life experiences? So it helps us experience things. Like, for example, I can read a book about a book in Antarctica, get an idea about it, and I'll never be there one day, but at least I have an idea that there's a place called Antarctica. Well, cool beans, Kitty. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, that's very yeah respected. Yeah, no, right now I have a boss. He just finished working for a company with 100 employees, and now he's my boss. So he obviously did really well doing that, and I can't wait to learn from him and be a sponge.
Is
You're
this
all
you said
envious.
you have a new boss? This is the new boss.
Yeah, I have a new boss. Let me blow my nose real quick. Be right back. Do, do, do,
Okay.
do, do, do.
And I don't like to beg. I have way too much pride and ego. I guess it'll help me learn humility. But I noticed that I am back down to 798 subscribers now. So if people wouldn't mind giving a sub or two, preferably two, three will get me over 800. I keep I keep breaking 800 and then falling back below it.
No, the old boss was a school teacher and didn't really wasn't very good at teaching. It was very strange. So, and I guess there's a reason why he's not a teacher anymore. Same as the old boss. No, much different boss. Different way of it's a whole new system, so it's fun. It's a good question. Hey,
Well,
it was
it's
took
798
a
now.
half hour ago.
I need to check my social blade.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about Social Blade.
See if my grade went up.
That takes time. Social Blade
Oh.
grading is not easy. Yeah, it's not easy. Not easy. Not easy. Not easy. There's probably oh my gosh. There's books on everything. Like if you really wanted to get into your channel and learn more about like computer software, computer internet, and all that kind of stuff, there's books for that, Jeff.
Yep, I'm still at a C plus.
Yeah, Social Blade
um,
grading is not going to be easy.
I'm excited about this 4-day work week book club.
Yeah. No. See, everything happens for a reason. Probably one of my first books I'll be getting into. I did buy, Machine Lies, that YouTube
Oh,
channel.
TML's book. Yeah,
He's got a book.
yeah, I have it.
You have it? To
Hmm.
me, it used too many big words. It didn't move forward fast enough.
It's a philosophy book.
Yeah, but the words, yeah, it was all philosophy words, a
Yeah,
lot of
that
isms.
philosophy tends to use big words.
Yeah, a lot of isms, dude. Isms. Oh my gosh.
It's a very specialized genre.
Did you finish the book? I haven't finished the book. I started a chapter that he recommended, and then I haven't finished it, to be honest. It's a cool book. If you guys don't know, Machine Lies is a YouTube creator
Here, I'll
and
drop his
content
channel, and
provider.
I'll drop King Philip's channel too.
And
I
then he's
guess I
got a
should do
book.
that. It's also in the description.
It was about, was it a technology and philosophy, or technology and history and philosophy?
I don't. What genre would I put him under? Maybe the philosophy of technology.
Yeah. So,
He talks about a lot about modern technology in relation to philosophy.
did Helena try joining again? F that guy. He blocked me in his chat. Sucks when he asked questions about the book. Oh, no. I'm all about being open to ask questions. So hopefully that doesn't happen here
Yeah,
this
I don't.
time.
Y'all can ask questions here. I don't block for questions. Just if you're being a troll or being malicious or attacking people or starting drama, that's pretty much what gets you. And I don't block. I just kick you out. You're gone. You're banned. But Questions alone won't get you blocked. I welcome
When
open dialogue.
when do you want to do this book club? When's a good day? What day are you thinking about?
Um, you think next Thursday's too early?
The only thing is, I can't do a book club between your normal streaming times. It'd only have to be after 3 p.m. because I
Oh
have to be
yeah,
there
no,
for.
it would be a separate. I'd do it as a separate event, like maybe an evening thing.
Yeah, no, I'd be down to do it Wednesdays, in like after 4 or 5 p.m. Let me know.
Wednesdays are Survivor nights. It might be better to do it on a Tuesday or a Thursday.
Yeah, that works. Tuesday or Thursday, that works. Thursday sounds good.
Okay. And if anybody else wants to participate, just read the book. I put the links in the chat and show up next Thursday. I'll schedule it ahead of time so the episode will show up on my channel.
How fun.
And like what's a good time you think?
Well, I said
5?
I can't commit. Yeah, 5 o'clock. I can commit to 5 o'clock. I can do that.
5 Pacific. So
Ooh. Maybe I shouldn't commit. I know I can be there around 5 o'clock. Is that still a commitment? I don't know.
you
No,
know,
that's
we'll
like a
see how it
48
goes.
law of powers, dude. I can't commit to you, Jeff.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'll show up then and give my thoughts on the book, and then if you show up and want to hop
Yeah,
on
there you
and
go.
contribute, and anybody else that wants to read the book can show up and also join the conversation live or participate from the chat. So it'll be a very informal book club. Oh
Wow.
wow, thank you,
Ninja,
Kitty.
yeah. Wow.
Are we still $2 one super chat away?
One $2 super chat away from hitting Jeff's goal today, guys. Helps pay for the show. Helps pay for StreamYards. Keeps the lights on. We appreciate everybody.
Yeah, it really does. It's
And 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 we just started a new show, guys. Thursday nights, we're gonna do a book club. So the book
8
is,
8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, and it's going to
yeah.
be
So
the
how cool is that?
4-day work week by Tim Ferriss.
So you guys got another show today. How cool is that? I have a book show. I want to read
Yeah,
books.
I wanted more activity on here, so this is good.
So darn you to take away from my hobby time though.
Well, you got less than half an hour, and then you're free, free, free.
Yeah, I can play my video games. What is today? Sunday? It is Sunday, isn't it? Man, this week's gone by fast. Do you know what book I think is one of the best books is your own personal book. You ever thought about that, Jeff? Writing things down for yourself?
I was during COVID when COVID first started. I took a writing workshop, and they told I we kind of had to envision ourselves writing a book, and they said give yourself 10 years to write your first book. And I was not quite 50 at the time, so I put the mark at 60. By the time I'm 60, I want to have my first book written, and it's going to be a memoir. And I wrote the title, I wrote some of the outline and everything. So just putting the idea in my head opens the possibility. If I do it though, it'll probably be more like a video now than a book, because I like this. I'm a talker, not a writer. I like this medium better. But then AI could just package it into a book.
And of course, we got the friendly Moose in the chat. Shout out to Moose. Are we docking?
Hey,
No.
hey, Moose.
Tips is for Jeff's $10 goal, dude. Just the tips.
Yeah, we almost hit our goal today. Philip suggested creating a chat goal, so I did 5 $2 super chats. So we got 4 out of the 5. I love
Nice.
pop-up books. I would love to do a pop-up book of
Help
my
him.
life.
Don't feed the troll.
And
Don't feed
because
the
I had them
troll.
growing up, I had dinosaur ones, and they don't just pop up. You could like move their tails and their mouth. They had little tabs you could pull and do things. Angeline, hello.
Joy, we
We were
made the
wondering if we would
topic.
see you today.
Yeah, books. We
Do you
failed.
have any books for success? We're starting a book club, by the way.
Yeah, Jeff brought Shakespeare and I brought a comic book. So, we tried. Joy. You got really
I love
sick.
connect the dots too. And you're right, it probably would make a recognizable picture. It is my life after all.
Oh, get some chicken soup. Oh man. Uh, no, I like pop-up books.
Oh
I
my
need to start,
God.
dude.
Okay,
No
that's got to
way.
count, right?
Boom, boom, boom. Jeff, high five, dude. We are
Oh
not a
my
shit
God,
show.
Moose. Hang on. You definitely get a fanfare for that. Wow, thank you. I you didn't have to do that. I sure
Moose.
appreciate it.
Shout out to Moose. Shout out. Shout out.
Let me see if it counted it. Did it show the confetti? We met our goal. It should have blue confetti all over the chat.
Did it? I don't know. I'm in StreamYards.
It doesn't show it on StreamYard. I do the chat through StreamYard. For oh my God, the first time. Oh, you mean the first time you sent a chat without a comment attached?
We got another offer
I,
for a book.
I will cherish it. Oh, okay. We got the. All right. Yay. What is that success? When you get the confetti, that is a mark of success.
We are a successful shit show, Jeff.
You are a successful shit show,
We're a
despite
C
what
plus.
Frank wants us to
We're a
think.
C plus.
Frank
I
just
love the.
implants doubts and negativity.
Yeah,
That is
Frank.
not the way to success.
No, Frank's lurking, bro. He's here for the
But
success.
he has
Frank's
more
lurking.
viewers than I do, and he's probably not losing subs like I am.
No,
So,
congratulations. Yeah, congratulations. I totally lost what we were talking about, though. Moose, you distracted us from your awesome. Thank you, Moose. Yeah, no. Well, we got another book. We got yeah. So we got two book suggestions for the book club. And should I
oh,
read?
we got a second one.
Yeah, we got one from
And
Kitty
Angeline's
Bonks.
dropping some.
Yeah, Angeline Joy and Kitty Bonks. So I got an Office Depot notepad just for the show.
And I think we're actually wrapping up on time today. So in another 20 minutes, Philip's
Wow,
gonna. Oh
we're
no,
doing it. No, no, we're doing it. I can't believe we're almost at 2 hours.
yeah. You can go play your video games, and I'm up for playing video games too. If anybody's out there that wants to, if anybody's on Steam, here, take my Steam name, and we can
And
connect.
then and Fat Freddy's Cat by Ninja Kitty Bonks. It's a book. Fat Freddy's Cat.
Wild at Heart. Why does that name sound familiar? Kitty, it's a game called We Were Here. It's a co-op game. It's a two-player, and it's free on Steam. Um, you're trying to help each other escape the castle, and I've gotten to the end before, but I haven't actually figured out how to get out of the castle. So I still have not considered myself beating the game. And there's multiple. It's a series, so there's other ones after that, but the first one's free. Um, this John Eldridge guy sounds familiar. Let's see.
Yeah, check them out.
I'd relate to the title for sure. Love God, live free. Discovering the secret of a man's soul. Maybe that's where I've heard it from. Through the men's groups, the men's work that I used to do. God designed men to be dangerous.
And
Ooh.
shout out to Beak. Thank you for the super
Discovering
chat.
the secret of a man's soul. I would love to do this as a book club. I have a whole bunch of men's books that we used to do book clubs on.
Wild at Heart. Okay, I'll write it down. Dude, that's messed up. We already got
Gives
four
men
books.
permission to be what God designed them to be. Dangerous, passionate, alive, and free. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we might have to do two book clubs.
See, Jack Laws. I know books are useless, but building a community isn't. So that's where I'm like, I'm fighting you, bro. Books build community, and you cannot go wrong with a community that's built by imagination, I guess, and a positive imagination.
Yeah, I didn't know about this book.
There's a lot of books we don't know about, Jeff. Apparently.
Here, let me drop the Amazon link.
I hate when my mouse isn't working. I can't find it on my screen. I'm like looking for it. I see it and then it disappears. There it is. No, books are fine. Okay, cool, 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 cool. No, but you're right. Your books aren't any good if you're
I
not really
love David Lynch. He's one of my
paying
favorite
attention to
directors.
them.
I was watching Eraserhead the other
I'm not
day,
sure if they
and
work.
Bex and I are watching Twin Peaks in the Discord.
Ah,
Who's
that's the
J
thing.
Money?
Are books meant to work, Jeff?
Work
That's
in what way? Look, speaking of
that's a
book,
great
I'm going to show you
question.
this
That's what I mean.
book.
I think we're looking at it wrong. Are books meant to
Right,
work?
this is a very good book. How to read and why. It tells you reasons to read in the first place and how to read for those reasons. Like being aware of why you're reading in the first place is important.
Jeff, we could have started with that. We're an hour and 40 in.
Well,
We could have
this
started
is
with
my
that.
recommendation. Harold Bloom, How to Read and Why.
Good job. You brought two books. Yes, 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 yes. Twin Peaks.
I'm going to share one more book just because it's the book that probably most helped to change my life. And I've been trying to do a book club on it forever, but it's way too nerdy for people. It's Northrop Frye, Fearful Symmetry. It's a study of William Blake. And what it does for me is it shifts your thinking, but from purely rational thinking, and y'all know me, I'm a big rationalist, to thinking creatively with the imagination. And actually, the act of reading the book, really the first 5 chapters, actually creates a shift in your brain from one type of thinking to the other. So not only do you get information from the book, but you get the direct experience of going from one type of thought to the other, just from the act of reading the book. So there, you got 2 recommendations for me, and Shakespeare.
That's rad. That's a good title.
Oh yeah, Fight Club.
Yeah, Fearful
Lullaby. I'm
Symmetry.
not familiar with Lullaby. Angeline, you can come on. You
Yeah,
have
we're
books
in
to
a
share?
rush. We just have our goal is 2 hours, so we have a goal, and it's a solid goal. And anything after that, we can't guarantee it's gonna be anything.
Yeah, we'll make time for you though. Philip was wanting to go play video games.
No, I was joking. I was joking, Jeff. I'm joking.
Oh,
I if I wanted to, I can play video games right now while hanging out with you. I
yeah, I
have that
guess you
option.
should. You could.
Yeah, yeah. I just want to make sure that I get my as much of my focus to you as I can. Um, whatever that is, I am doing my best.
Let me look up this Lullaby book.
I'm excited about this 4 hour work week book. I'm really interested
Me
in where it's
too.
gonna go. Yeah, no. I'm
I
actually
think
gonna look it
reading
up.
books like that are going to be good for me, especially when I'm in
For
success mode right
us,
now.
I think for us in your community, I think it's gonna build something, dude.
I'm tired of being a derelict, a ne'er do well,
That's a good word, derelict.
a
Derelict.
loser. Let's see, what is a
It looks
horror
like
satire? Ooh, it's horror.
it looks like the standard, like the standard success book for financial success. It's so weird. It has that look though. It has that look of the rich man, poor dad. It has that.
That millionaire look, like
And it has that success tip book look. Ugh. It's basic looking. That's all, which is good. Published in 2007 by
that's
Timothy
right at
Ferris.
the beginning of the financial collapse.
That's right, wasn't it? Yeah. New York Times noted that Ferris spends far more than 4 hours per week in a blogging and self-promotion. uh, oh, learn how to 10x your per hour output. Holy crap, this might be too much, Jeff. 10x per hour. Ooh, freaky, 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 freaky. All right, where's Joey? I don't know where Joey is.
Who is
Joey.
Joey?
But it's dark. Oh, this is awesome. No, I appreciate this show, Jeff, and be able to hang out with you on Sundays and do this. Thank you for opening up your show to us.
Oh yeah, we'll do it again next Sunday if you want. What's the topic again?
Next Sunday is vibes. I don't really
Oh
know.
yeah, vibes.
Yeah, yeah. Someone else, unless you guys, let's. Well, okay, we have a couple topics. We could change it up if you wanted to. So we got support systems, relationships, YouTube channels, and art. There are some other ones. If you want to do a different one, except vibes, we don't have to do an order, right? These are
I
just the
think
things.
vibes is a good one, but any of
You
the
think
others
we
are
could
good
talk
too.
2 hours about it?
Yeah.
All right.
Because that's the thing. I remember how it started because we got into the conversation of, like, I don't know what vibes are. And then it got into energy and what is energy and all that.
Okay. Cool. 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 Cool.
Oh,
And then
Kitty's saying that you're a bit hard to hear.
okay, there, better.
Yeah.
Yeah, better, better, better. And then what's it called? Thank you, Kitty. I appreciate that. And the next super chat goal, we'll go up what the $12 or $15 the next show.
Oh, I just realized it's 4 hour work week, not 4 day work week. I thought it was like working 4 days instead of five. It's working 4 hours a week.
Oh, so that completely changed your mindset now? That's interesting.
Yeah, 4 hours a week seems. Escape 9 to 5, live anywhere, and join the new rich. Ugh.
No, like I said, I think the concept is because we dedicate our time to other people, to our boss, to our family,
To our
to our
audience.
to our audience, to other people. It's this is a book to make sure that you dedicate 4 hours to yourself. If that makes any sense. The
I
4 hour
do.
work week to
I get it in my
yourself.
me time.
So,
Oh, you do? Moose, you read it? Because that's the one that was suggested for the book club we were going to do next week.
oh,
A
it's got
sucker needs
everything.
to get lost. Should we still read it? Is
Well, we
it
got
have
other
value?
books.
We there was a guy in here earlier that gave us a whole list of books for success, and that's the one he recommended to start with.
We got Building a Story Brand by Don Miller, Bliss
Oh yeah,
Brain by
Moose is saying
Dawson.
read it too. Okay, we'll go
All
with
right,
it.
yeah. Hell yeah, read it. All right, cool. That's what I mean. We start somewhere.
Okay, he's all right. He's very emphatic about it. So yeah, we'll read it. And I want to
Yeah,
do that Wild at Heart too.
yeah, I got that one. Wild at Heart. Oh, Wild at Heart by Heart. Wild at Heart. Very cool. Very cool. No, and then yeah, we got a new show coming up, so that's cool.
Okay.
Very cool. And what do you got planned for the rest of your weekend, Jeff? Since we're winding down, guys, we got
Oh,
10
the
minutes left.
weekend. I'm
You
gonna
think about
maybe do video games if there's any takers, and
any fireside chats later? Maybe vertical stream.
possibly. I never like to. Every time I think I'm gonna do one, I end up not doing them. So I don't like to overpromise anymore. But
Now, you talk about wanting to see what this Jewel feature about. Maybe
yeah.
we should try that. Maybe we should try every other week we do a normal StreamYard and then we do a vertical stream every other week. So we get both of both worlds instead of just being focused on one. You know, let's try to be successful in both.
I'm open to it. I just hate vertical open panels. But today wasn't even an open panel, so we could have
I
done
know,
it
right?
vertically
Yeah,
today.
yeah. So
You want to try it next week?
it's up to you. I think we should open the opportunity up to vertical.
It might draw.
Just
The advantage of vertical is for the first minute or so, you get a whole new audience that's swiping through the YouTube verticals. And
anything
so
made by Malcolm
it brings in new
Gladwell.
people. Maybe I'll get like maybe two more subscribers from it.
What's Malcolm Gladwell writing about? Not laws.
I don't know. I plan to ignore any recommendation that Dotloss gave.
All right.
Okay. Well, Angeline mentioned she might come up, so we'll see if oh,
You know,
give it
that's another thing about
10 more
books
minutes or so.
is we get to see how people look at the world. Like for example, we got Tolkien. The guy looks at the world in a whole different world. Then we have other people like Notlaws describing Malcolm Gladwell looking at it as a society and economic point of view. You know what I mean? Not in well, in economics, but in society, but talks about a lot about so yeah, sociology and psychology, and how people think about stuff like that, and how that affects economics and stuff. Like, there's just that's the cool thing about books. It people just writing down their thoughts.
Yeah. Not as my mind always starts open. If it's no longer, that's on you. It's a direct response to my interactions with you.
Did you ever think that you would maybe possibly write a book, Jeff? Has that ever crossed your
No,
mind writing a book?
no.
Really?
Well, I have a memoir that I planned as part of this writing workshop that I, and they said, oh, here's, we got Angeline.
Oh, fun.
Oh, and a nice waterfall background too. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi. What's up?
Hey, how's it going? It reminds me of a joke. I watched a movie earlier. The guy was like, "You ever see the backside of water?" He's like, "What?
Right.
You ever see the backside of water?" They're going underneath a waterfall. It's like, look at the backside of water. I was just like, "There's a waterfall behind you."
Oh yeah, the backside of water.
The backside of water.
Yeah, it's a cool one.
Yeah, I got a picture of me
I
inside
just
of a
like
waterfall. I've seen the backside.
I've seen the backside of water. I don't know why. Hey, welcome. Ugh.
hi.
So you had some good book suggestions in the chat. Have books helped you become more successful? And yeah, share.
I just started listening to Atomic Habits, but I love it because it's like the science behind habits and how we like wire them into us. So it's been interesting so far, that one. And then I like Bliss Brain because it's the science behind like things like meditation and stuff. And I know that a lot of people usually describe that stuff in a woo-woo sense, but they don't actually describe what's happening to the brain and what chemicals are being released and what's actually happening in the body and stuff. So that and I like that because I think it's almost more impactful that way when you're doing something and you know what's happening. Like, you know, like what it's doing to your brain and your body and all that stuff. So for your health, to benefit you, to like benefit your life. So those are why I recommended those two.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. That books do bring more connections to things. That's awesome. That's awesome. Never thought about that. How meditation can be can be viewed from a scientific point of view and what it actually does to the brain on a chemical point of view, on a neutron like a neuron point of view, and like how they're firing, how fast they're firing, if they're slowing down, or if there's an area they're yeah. That's fun. That's fun because that brings the science people into it, not just the hippies.
I think
Very
our
cool.
bodies create a lot of medicine and stuff too. So if we can like figure out how do we help our bodies produce that stuff, even like for pain relief and all that, it's really interesting.
What are some of the tips that helped you? I'm looking at it now. It's all
Which
about
one?
habit change.
Atomic Habits?
Yeah.
Oh, Atomic Habits. I just started listening to that one. So they talk about how like I know some of it. I just started it, but I know some of it from what I read or what I listened to before I got into the book was um what you call it? Like attaching a habit to something that's rewarding or brings pleasure or joy or whatever. And then the things that you want to knock off, you like make them like less enjoyable or gross or something, right? Or connecting it to things you already do. Um, there's just different ones like that. So I don't know. I still have to get into it more, but starts out cool. It's so strange how so many of these books start off with some guy who was in some major car accident and then had a miraculous healing from like their mindset and like, right? I can't believe how many I've come across. I think Joe Dispenza's like that and this Atomic Habits, and there's a couple other ones that I was looking at too, and I'm like, what's with all the car accidents?
So much of it is mindset because that's one of the things we actually have control over.
Yeah, for sure.
I can imagine like a big event like a car accident, like somehow rewiring your functions in a bit, kind of like a shock, and that opens up something in you in a way. Like I don't know. Like it's like a mechanism. Like how they have like in Deadpool, how it takes you to that one area to unlock your superpower. You have to go to that area where like you never gone before to unlock your superpower. And Deadpool was one of those characters who was able to do that. But it's just like that's crazy that people had to have these events in order to unlock these abilities. I guess.
Well, this guy wrote something like he studied all the biggest um the richest people in the world who were also happy and successful in like relationships and everything. So they had to be successful in everything, and he studied them and interviewed them all, and he realized they all had some similar habits. So I think he wrote a book on like the 6 habits of successful people or something. I can't remember. But he was in a car accident too, go figure.
Yeah.
and
Oh,
but it was like it woke him up to like for him, he said it woke him up to like, wow, like what am I living for? Why am I here? Do I even do anything? Like it made him ask questions more than anything, right? I think he turned those questions into part of his journal or something, so you can like ask yourself those things every day. And yeah, so I kind of
Yeah.
started listening to that, and then I moved over to Atomic Habits because I tend to do that. I tend to have like 5 books going at once. And
oh yeah, me
when,
too. I
Oh.
can never just stay in one book.
yeah,
I have my little stack.
Wow.
yeah. And then I flop all over the place until I find one I really get stuck in, and then I'll focus on it. So,
Hey, welcome, disciple of the Messiah. Welcome,
Yeah,
and then
welcome.
thank you, Ninja Kitty Bongs. Thanks for all your support in this
Thank
channel
you so
today.
much,
Yeah,
Kitty. And
for suggesting to hit the like button, subscribe, the donations. Like,
yeah,
wow,
definitely to subscribe
what
yeah,
so
an
I can
awesome
stay above
person.
subscribe, hit the
800.
thumbs up,
Shout out, yeah,
all
shout
that
out.
cool stuff.
What a beautiful
Slaying the
day.
demons.
Probably
Slaying the
has
demons.
crystals. Crystals of success. Success crystals.
Jeff, are you
No,
the demon slayer?
No, I was looking at Disciples channel. Oh,
Disciples channel? It's like
yeah,
someone's channel?
Disciple of the Messiah.
Oh, that's interesting. I've been trying to find people who kind of get into like the religious-y talk stuff because that's kind of cool too. I like those topics.
yeah,
I don't know if the demons ever get slain. I think you just manage them. You keep them
Yeah,
at bay, you control them.
I don't like calling anything a demon because it takes people's power away to think that something woo-woo outside of them is coming in and taking control. Where, as you probably know in the mental health studying realm, that it's not demons. It's probably something more than that going on within the brain and all that, which I also
Yeah,
know,
it's
but
not
yeah.
really outside.
Yeah, exactly.
that is something though that people could read books like that and say like, well, there's a demon out there, blah blah blah, and then someone would read that in a book and believe it. That's pretty amazing. The power of a book.
The power of a story.
Yeah, the power of a story, the power of the written word. Yeah, like you said,
Power
And
the
of
mythos.
emotions.
That
Yeah.
too.
Because like even in churches and stuff, it's like what do? They rile up emotions. They sing the songs, they make you feel something intense. They tell you like it's all about the feeling, the feeling, and then you have like an experience and you tie it into everything they're teaching you, right? It's like it's a way of wiring. And when you're taught to be like afraid of demons, and you have all that worked up forever, and then you have like an experience, an emotional environment with everything set up that way, and then you think you're like gonna manifest the demon, and some people really do.
that's a great
Yeah.
example of mythology, which we were talking about earlier.
Hey, Moose, I'm gonna try Marvel Rivals next week. I'm gonna get the game next week, so I'll let you know. Good question. Thank you.
Which game?
It's a new video
Moose
game.
has been streaming it on his channel too. I'll drop his link.
Yeah, it's a new
Y'all can
team game
get a
that
taste
you.
of it.
It's like a shooter team game with the Marvel team in it, like Hawkeye and was it Star Lord Iron Man, the Hulk, and stuff like that. It's a action
I
movie,
love
action
Iron
video
Man.
game. Yeah, action video game.
Yeah, I'm really into the Marvel stuff.
So my question is, I was just thinking about that. Do you think books there's intent behind books? Like, for example, if I'm reading a book and I realize, like, while reading it, like, the intent behind it is kind of like a negative intent, and I was like, should I continue reading it? Like, is there a point where, like, like, should you stop reading a book? Like, I don't know. Like, for some reason, that just popped in my head. Do books have intent? Does an author have intent when writing the book? Is there, like, something behind it that I don't know? Like, for example, Shakespeare. Was there intent behind Shakespeare? It's a good intent, right?
There's a or there used to be a big debate in literary criticism over how relevant the intention of the author is. In fact, we did a whole
Thank you.
stream on this a while back on the death of the author. Um, and whatever the author's intention is, it's not relevant to each individual reader's experience because they're going to take like the author can. You don't really know what an author's intent was when he writes a book, and regardless of what his intent was, and this is true for any music, movies, anything. Regardless of what the original intention was, each consumer of that art is going to take whatever they take from it, independent of what the intention is. So if you stop reading a book, do it for your own reasons. Don't do it because of some intent you're inferring on the author, which may or may not. Like, evaluate whether that intent is relevant to why you're reading the book.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think my brain just forces me to not read books. Like if I'm like looking at a book and I have to read the same thing over and over and over again, it's still not going in my head. I know that that book and me are going nowhere. So
Oh.
I
Yeah,
go
that's what I
on
was
to the
wondering.
next
Yeah,
one.
yeah,
It has to click
yeah.
on some level.
You're like, whoa, this guy is kind of 4 pages in. He's kind of a space cadet. He's talking about
It's
space
hard to read
lasers.
books that don't resonate.
Yes, there you
Yeah.
go. Right, right. And if a book doesn't resonate, then you're probably not gonna pay attention to it as much. You're not gonna take it as seriously. You're gonna wow, wow, wow.
I used to read aloud to my kids a lot because they were all homeschooled. So we did lots of read aloud. And sometimes I could read something out in a book, like a paragraph in a book, with like all the character expression and totally get it perfect. But then when I'm done reading it, I'll be like, I have no idea what I read. Like I have to like sit for a
Yeah.
second, just kind of quickly rescan scan it to get a sum up of what I just read. Like that is the weirdest thing ever.
No, I've
Yeah.
had that experience too, where you read a page like 3 or 4 times because you've read the every letter, read every word, it went through your head, but it's just not clicking. It's so strange when that phenomenon happens.
Yeah, it's
I
really
wonder what that
weird.
is. I wonder if it's just disconnect between you and the book, or disconnect between you and the writer, or if it's just something you just don't like. Yeah, that'd be kind of. I wonder if we're gonna hit
Yeah.
that challenge when reading in the book club, Jeff. When something we're
Yeah,
like, what
well,
the
we'll
hell?
find out because
Yeah.
if the writing doesn't hold me, and I have to keep reading the same paragraph over and over, that's going to be hard to get through.
Now,
Then we'll know
do,
that paragraph really, really well.
do you
Or
do you
not at
highlight a
all.
book that's yours?
I I admire people who are able to do that. I don't like to ruin my books, so in a dream world, I would have books
Oh.
where you could highlight but not. That's why, like, I don't use Kindle or anything. I have to have the paper book. But the Kindle or the online stuff gives you the advantage of being able to highlight it, mark, and make notes in a way that I wouldn't want to do in a real book. But I definitely see the advantages of doing that. And if it were not for the physical limitations, if it messes up the book, I would be highlighting.
You
Mhm.
want to keep the book perfect.
Yeah.
No.
Like I have used books that people write in the margins or they underline in pencil or they make notes and it throws the book off for me. I wish I could get rid of all that. But I know that it helped when they were reading the book, it helped them. They underlined that stuff for a reason.
How fun.
So yeah, I would tell everybody else, yes, highlight, write in your books, underline, make notes, but I would never do it to one of my books because I'm
Well,
too much of a
what happens if you
I,
have
I
two
like to
copies
keep
of the
them
book?
pure.
One
Huh?
copy to keep pristine, brand new, and one copy to highlight. Would you do it then? Or would you keep two copies
Yeah,
pristine?
probably.
Okay.
I've had books that I've had to get second copies of because I read them so much the covers fall off of the page. So I could keep those and like write in, and just use the nice copies to read.
What book have you read that you read so much that the cover fell off?
My favorite book. Well, I could say, look, Bertrand Russell's History of Philosophy. The cover's off. Um, my favorite book, European Literature in the Latin Middle Ages. This is I'm on
You had to
my
buy a new copy of that one.
the Fearful Symmetry, the one I just recommended. I had to buy a second copy. Um, yeah, there's a bunch of books. I'm about to have to buy another copy of Anatomy of Criticism.
Well, yeah, you wait till after 2 hours have gone by to get
Look,
your
this
books.
is my original. The one I just showed, European Literature in the Latin Middle Ages. This is my original. So this is why I had to
Wow.
buy the second copy.
How old is that book?
I don't remember when I got this one, and I probably got it used because it looks like it's written in.
That's amazing to
But
see
the
a
book
book in second
itself is from
edition,
like
dude.
the early 50s. Let's see.
You're not even gonna try to hold it together with duct tape or
In
nothing.
1948. I do that. I do. This was tape. This is the taped version that became the tape. It didn't become untaped. The tape became so old that it just
Did
broke
stick.
off.
Yeah. That's awesome. Thanks for sharing, dude. Uh,
I write in my books more now, but I also like I realize when I go to thrift stores that sometimes you'll find a lot of the newer books there, so I'll go look there. I just found a couple copies of the ones I'm going through right now, and yeah,
fun.
fortunately they usually have writing in them, but nice to have because then you don't feel so much like. Then I don't care as much about like I'm gonna mark this thing up, right?
Yeah, it is weird to see someone else's cliff notes in a book and how they were thinking. I bet that is weird, Jeff. Like, what is this person thinking?
I just ignore them. I don't
I
want. I don't
just
want to know
ignore
what
'em.
this person thought. I want my own thoughts about it.
My own thoughts. Get your yeah.
Not laws. You make a good point, and I was going to bring up Jordan Peterson earlier and the rules as a form of self help and clean your room. And I'm planning to clean my room one day on the stream. And once I get the room cleaned, or maybe as part of the process, I'll let everyone see the shelf. But right now, it's too messy for me to show anybody. So I'll do it as part of the clean. Whenever I do the clean the room stream, I'll do it as part of that.
I just saw this funny Instagram post for this ADHD. He does all these funny things, and he like pays some guy in the hallway $20 to watch him clean, just so that he'll get his cleaning done. He's like, "Look, I cleaned my closet that took me 5 years," and the guy's sitting there on the bed like, I have no idea what I'm doing here.
The body doubling that helps
Yeah,
me. That's why I'm gonna do. That's how I'm gonna do the clean the room thing. I'm gonna use the stream as a body double, so that I can get my room cleaned.
yeah.
Oh no, I would think not
And I
laws
want
would
to see the
support.
main reason I'm doing it, not because it's terribly dirty, but I want to do the Jordan Peterson thing and see if it psychologically orients me towards success. If it has some kind of like
Okay, what
contributing
is that?
factor to success.
I don't know when I see my bed when I come home and it's nice and like made. It for some reason it makes me feel better. When I used to come home to a bed that wasn't made, it did affect me, dude. It
Ugh.
didn't affect me, but it's nice seeing that. You're like, dude, I did that for myself
I can't imagine making my bed.
My
Who
bed
makes
is
their?
like,
That's just weird to make your every morning to make your
every
bed
morning,
when
bro.
you're gonna
Every
just get
morning.
right back in it the next night. Just leave it.
Yeah, but I made it real simple. So all I have is a blanket and two pillows. It isn't like it's complicated. Like some people have like 10 pillows, two like a layer. Yeah, they got
The
layers.
sheet that you have to tuck, and then you have to
Yes.
put the pillows and then fold the bedspread over the
Yes.
pillows and tuck
Yes.
it. That's
Yes.
ridiculous. Like
Yes.
I can see if you work at a hotel, but at your own house.
Yeah. So I made I met Nexus, dude. It's like a one one blanket and two pillows and 10 minutes. Less than that, dude. 5 minutes, I'm done. And I position my bed so I can walk all the way around it. So it's real easy to go to both corners.
as weird as this is, my bed is like my workspace. So, because I think because I have so many people in the house, my room is like where I get everything done. So, I always make my bed really good so that if I don't get it dirty when I'm putting like all my books and my binders and throwing stuff on there and whatever. And Cause yeah, it just turns out, and then I'll have like this big pile of books and binders and stuff that I'm going through on one side of the bed, and then I'll sleep on the other side of the bed.
Oh,
Yeah.
like
Live your
with your stuff
hobbies.
on it?
Yeah, she lives in
Yeah,
her hobbies.
because I usually go to sleep like going through my books and binders, and then I'll fall asleep, and then I'll wake up and my brain is like, ah! So then I'll be like, start writing stuff, or I'll want to start like reading my books and like,
Oh, wow.
She'll wake
yeah,
up
and
with one
then
of those like the glitter and stuff like in her hair and stuff.
with what?
Like glitter and stuff like from your hobbies and stuff. All your
I
yeah.
will not use glitter on my bed. That
Okay,
would
yeah.
be
I
like,
would not use
no,
glitter
no,
on my
no,
bed.
no. Just like making schedules and stuff. So that's usually my notebooks or
Oh, notebooks and binders. Yeah,
notebooks and reading books. Yeah, that's
yeah.
usually what
Okay.
it is. Occasionally some clothes.
Classic, classic.
You're,
Wow, wow. See, I couldn't do that. That's funny.
but
I
but I
gotta have
am
my
one of
desk.
those.
I gotta have my hobby desk, my hobby area.
You're
I
so
bind it too.
organized. Does that
Yeah.
help with success, being organized?
Well, to me, it does because, like for example, like writing down my notes. Someone says that helps. That helps take the load off my brain, so I'm not thinking about stuff that I don't need to. It's unnecessary thought, wasted on thought. And then having stuff organized, you're not wasting looking for things. You know exactly where it is.
I
So
know that with my chaos. Well, little bit. It
I
more or
try
less
to
I can
be
find things.
I try to
so
be as organized. Everything has a place just because that really helps my brain because I just forget everything everywhere. Like I lose everything. You'd laugh. I could count the average amount of times I yell out to my son that I lost my phone. And then he's got to help me find it because I have no idea where it is.
yeah,
And
if
the
I wasn't
worst is when you
organized,
keep something safe. That's when I lose it the worst. If I put something somewhere safe so that I don't lose it or I want to take care of it, that's when I lose it. Like that's when I'll never find it again.
yeah, you kept it safe from you.
Yeah, pretty
That's
much.
funny. No,
Yeah.
yeah. No, I did that once with like a family. It was a family turkey cutter that my family had passed down. I kept it in a really nice safe spot. And when we moved, I was like, holy crap, I think I forgot that turkey cutter in that really nice safe spot. So the next family will find it one day.
When they move in.
Yeah. They're cleaning, like, what is this turkey cutter doing back in this nook? Because it's a good safe spot for it. Trust me, it'll never get broken and never get used, and it'll be there for the rest of its life. So, yeah, I've done that before. Yeah, if I wasn't organized, I'd lose my car keys. Oh my gosh, I'd lose my wallet if I wasn't organized. I'd drive myself nuts. So I got to be organized, Jeff. I got to. I got to have my place where I put my car key on my nightstand and my wallet on my nightstand when I come home. If it isn't there, I'd go nuts.
Sometimes I forget to put my key in the play. I forget to take it out of my pocket, and then I have to go figure out what I was wearing the day before and dig it out of the pocket because I'll forget to put it in the place. But I do
Mm.
have a place for the key.
Yes,
See, there
that's
is
the
a
nice thing about cold winter jackets is I'm always wearing the same jacket, so everything just stays in the same pocket.
in pockets.
If I leave the house, my jacket leaves with me, so I'm good.
Oh, jeez. Are
It
you
is
dealing with that right
cold.
now, Jeff? Are you dealing with snow and cold also? Because
Cold,
I'm in
freezing.
Southern California, so it's not
Really?
like that right now. Yeah,
Not
it's
not
not.
snow yet, but it's been very cold.
Oh, I
Then
would
it's
think
not
yeah,
that cold.
yeah. I would thought that you would be getting wet and snow by now, Jeff.
Well, don't think too hard on that.
Are you not a
It's
fan of that?
black.
And you live up there?
I don't like cold at all. I don't do cold well.
You've been up there for 15 years, you said?
Yeah, but that doesn't
That's
make me
amazing.
like cold anymore.
I would
That
have
I
moved
never
a long
did.
time ago. Yeah, I would have moved a long time ago.
I went for a walk today and it's like black ice out there, and that stuff scares me. Like, it doesn't matter how big the grips are on my boots, like, that stuff will make you go flying. And you can't really see it well.
No, yeah, yeah. No, I can imagine like it's a horror. Like it's like a nightmare in a car, and then you hit that stuff, and your
Oh,
car's
yeah.
just like you turn one way. You're like, dude, my car has its own mind. It's going that way.
I know a lot of people here, as soon as there's ice or snow, they'll go out to a parking lot and like practice their like donuts and stuff so that they can learn how to get control back of the car when they lose control, like
How fun.
slipping and stuff, just because it is really icy. But people here
Yeah.
think it's hilarious, like places that shut down when there's snow. We're like, really? That's like 7 months of the year here. There's like snow, so we're used to it.
That's something else. That is something else. Well, thanks for sharing. I forget that there's weather in the world.
Are you? Is it nice where you are?
Yeah, I'm in Southern California. It's like a close. We're desert coastal, so it's 80 degrees still during the day. 70, 80 degrees during the day and 52 in the morning. So it's like not even cold. It's not even that cold in the morning. So it's like I have no idea what you're talking about. It's a completely different world. And then I saw a video. There's a place in the world where cars have jackets.
What?
Yeah, they have to keep their cars on. Like they don't turn them off. And
Oh,
cars,
They in Canada they have.
they
My
have
yeah. You
friend
have to
said in
keep
jackets.
it
Winnipeg
plugged
they have
in.
little stations that you plug your car into, like when you park to get out to
Yeah.
shop and stuff, because you can't
Yeah,
leave them running.
yeah, that's
I
what I
mean, you
mean. There's
can't
a
turn them off.
like that
Yeah,
sounds
you
like
have to plug
Mars.
in your car here
That's
overnight when
so.
it's
I would
really
never live
cold.
somewhere where it's so cold you have to plug in your
Yeah,
car.
these people are ready for Mars. Like what the heck?
Not always, just when it's really cold. Because then you don't want your car to not start in the morning, because that
Only
would suck.
7 months out of the year. It's not always. Just seven
No!
months out of the
No,
year.
like when it's like minus 40 C, then you know you gotta plug it in or
What is that
something.
in Fahrenheit? Hang on, let me look that up.
That sounds like no. You don't go outside.
Right, you don't even.
No.
Why are humans even living up
It
there?
sounds like the air is angry. Why
It
is the
does,
air
and it
angry?
bites you.
Yeah, why is it biting my face?
Yeah. Yep.
No,
Pretty
that's
much.
awesome. No, a hey, missing link, Jesse mate, a place in Russia. Yes, they don't turn off their cars. Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's too cold. They
Wait,
have
is Jesse
jackets.
in the chat?
Yeah,
I have
well,
it big so I can't see the chat.
yeah,
Oh,
the
hi,
missing link live
Jesse.
made it. Yes, it's too cold. Yes, yes, yes. My car just warms itself
Wait,
when it
they're
gets too
saying
cold.
negative 40 Celsius is also negative 40 Fahrenheit.
Yeah, they're the same.
I think when it hits zero, yeah,
Negative 40 degrees?
Yeah. Yeah, it
Jeff
gets
freaking
that
Jeff.
cold. It's rare. It only happens a few days a year, so if that. So,
That's
but
not even habitable.
I
it
told you they're
is.
ready for Mars,
It
bro.
is, believe it or not. But
They're
yeah.
Oh
pre-trained
my
astronauts,
god.
man. These guys are
Do you know
insane.
what's? But you know what's nice? It keeps all the bugs really small here. All the bugs here are super small, non-scary. There's no scary, poisonous
I mean,
anything here.
you still got cockroaches?
They're so tiny, like, and you
They're
never
tiny
see them.
cockroaches. They
They're
still
You
they're
make
probably
it.
don't
so
have a lot of
tiny. They're
homeless
like an
people either.
inch.
They're
They're like
tiny
an inch.
cockroaches. Yeah,
They
they're,
are,
they're
and
like an
you've
inch.
never
Those are the
seen
little, oh, those are
them.
the gross cockroach, the little indoor German cockroach. Those are the grossest ones. That's the ones that crawl in your food and your cereal
Well,
and your
they're never
grits.
inside. I mean, very rare you'd ever see one
Jeff's got
inside.
I'd rather
memories.
the outdoor ones.
Outdoor
The
cockroaches.
big ones. Those are the ones that come in from outside. So you know they weren't like living in all of your food the whole time. And
Okay.
they don't stink as much. The little ones stink.
Yeah, Mars is warmer
What?
than minus
You
40
walk.
at
You
the
can walk
equator.
into someone's kitchen and it smells like roaches. Those are the little ones that cause a kitchen to smell like a roach.
Yeah, no roaches are okay. No, they're
Okay,
not
it's
even getting
it's
that
it's
big.
like cold right now. It's like, well, now it's like -7, but we actually have like a little ant problem in the laundry room in the basement. So, and people are like, well, aren't they like sleeping
Oh,
for the winter? So I'm not sure what's going on, but yeah,
Like normal
some
ant, little ants.
little black ants. Yeah, I put out some poison, and they just seem to not be going away. So I have to figure that out. You're
I don't
found a
know.
way in
You'd become a
somewhere.
mad scientist. Like, I would go like maybe honey, and some bleach, and mix it together. Here, ants, eat, eat.
Yeah, you can do like, I guess you can mix like borax and stuff with sugar, and
Yeah,
I haven't
yeah.
really done that. I guess I could try that.
Yeah, you could have fun with it. But no,
Yeah.
Tella Klein, thank you for joining. Suggested that the farmers have checked the almanac. I guess it's a seasonal forecast, and there's no snow for Washington this year, bro.
Out. Good. They said earlier this year they said this was going to be um, one of our worst like a worse winter than usual, but so far there hasn't been snow or anything.
Yep, and then Not Laws is got a cabin built with Flex Seal. He just Flex Seal the walls. You're all good. No ants, no cockroaches, just Flex Seal. Good stuff. Good stuff. No, 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 no minus 40 here. We haven't had any rain. Like we don't have any weather. We don't have nothing. I think the worst we had was a earthquake the other day, but we didn't even feel it. So
Oh right, were you part of that? Was that near you?
no, we didn't feel
The
it.
tsunami warning.
Yeah. So
You get tsunamis, right? Or not where you are?
not where I'm at.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Oh hey Jesse.
nice
Yeah,
this
we had
fall.
a nice fall this year. We grew later. I feel like the seasons are shifting here. Like it's staying warmer longer later in the season, and then the cold comes, but then the cold stays later too. It's almost like it shifted.
Oh.
Very strange. And
Yeah,
my
like it doesn't
birthday is
match
right
up.
in April, so I always remember like what it was like right on my birthday, and it's definitely changed. Like it's definitely shifted over the years.
Yeah, it's weird. Like our calendar isn't matching what the seasons are doing anymore at all.
Yeah. Yeah, you notice that too where you are? Like the
Yep.
seasons seem to have shifted, right?
Yeah. 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 It's like we
Where
used to have that song back in the day. It was like April flowers bring May, whatever showers,
Oh yeah.
June. Yeah, yeah. And it's like no, that doesn't apply at all anymore.
what do you guys think of the original 28-day calendar
Oh, it's the
where
first I've heard of
April
it. I
there
just know
was
of February,
yeah,
right?
I guess there's like a another month in there and every month was exactly 28 days and then April Fool's Day was the day like the skip day or whatever, right? That was traditionally how it was or something. And to me, that makes sense because it goes with so many cycles around the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it is interesting.
I don't remember though when exactly I remember the seasonals, like the seasons kind of shifting. Like was it like how long ago? Do you remember when you recognized how long ago that
Yeah,
was?
that's a good thought.
Like
Um,
was it like 2000? That long ago? Or was it more recent, like 2016?
hmm.
Because I kind of want to associate that with the Mandela and the CERN thing. Like, did all this happen at once? Did the seasonal shift happen when the CERN machine get turned on? When that Mandela
What
thing got
machine?
happened?
Oh,
No,
what? Y-
I
Are you
think
being a
the past.
conspiracist?
Well, we're just having fun with the idea because isn't that a conspiracy theory in itself that maybe that the seasonals have shifted and that it's not lining up with our calendar anymore? Like
I don't
fall
know if
doesn't.
it's
Yeah.
conspiracy or just observation, but but yeah. I don't know. Definitely, Jesse says 10 years. Yeah, I think probably around that because I noticed with my kids' birthdays and my son and I, we have the exact same birthday. I had him on my birthday. So when I celebrate his birthday, I'm thinking too, it's like we'd always wait 2 weeks after his birthday to do an outdoor party and ride bikes and stuff. And it was just took that 2 weeks and we're like right in the middle. Our birthday's right in the middle.
Yeah, I would agree about 10
So
years. Yeah.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I wonder in another 10 years if it's going to be even more opposite or more aligned. You know, like it's gonna be like, well, it's like in the middle of summer here, and it's just like, it feels like it's winter. Like if it's gonna be more aligned in 10 years, or just way more skewed. Because obviously it's still shifting, right? I would think it's continually to move, like it's continually to shift. I don't know. It's fun to think about where this would go.
Yeah, and I think the sun goes through like 11 years heating and cooling cycles, so who knows?
Where'd you hear that? That's the first I've heard of that.
Just, I don't know, through a lot of science study and stuff with the kids when we were going through things. We listened to a lot of speakers and scientists, and yeah, we did science with this one lady that used to work at NASA for a while.
Yeah.
It was just one of the things we learned. I can't remember where exactly. Might
Jeez.
even have been Kent Hovind. He has a
So,
theory like that.
do you, this is just a random question, but do you think the sun will ever burn out? Do you think that's a possibility?
My head says no.
That's what
But
my head says. No,
Well,
yeah,
it will eventually at some point. I think all
but
stars
but but
have a
that's just
life cycle.
ooh, that's
We're
a
not
good
going to be
point.
here.
All stars have a life cycle. What do you think about that, Joy?
yeah, that makes sense. I guess where is it getting its
It's
energy from? If they're fiery balls of gas, if some
It
people
says
say
5 billion years at least.
could you categorize the sun as a star? Is it in the same
Yeah, the
realm?
sun is a star.
they do.
Well, I personally have never really seen a star. Like people say, well, that shiny thing's a star in the distance, but what is? They say, you know what I mean? Like I've never. It's not a sun. I know that stars aren't suns. Suns are suns, right? Stars aren't.
It's not the same. Like especially when you zoom
Right.
in, you like they're almost multicolored. Like when you zoom in with high def cameras and stuff, it's strange. You can see like
See,
rainbow
not a lot of
colors in
feels
them.
like it's stable. That's what I mean. Like, I feel like it's one
It
of those
says
things.
it's heated from nuclear fusion reactions in its core that radiate the energy to the surface as visible light and infrared radiation, and 10% of it is ultraviolet energy.
I couldn't imagine how hot it is
It's
out.
a
Like,
nearly perfect sphere of hot plasma, and it's technically a G-type main sequence star is its classification, and colloquially known as a yellow dwarf.
I wonder who named the sun, or if it's just like a universal thing that everybody agreed to call it the sun.
Well, I can answer that too from Wikipedia. The
What?
word English word "sun" developed from Old English "sun" (sunne). Cognates appear in other Germanic languages: West Frisian "sine," Dutch "zon," Low German "sun," Standard German "sonne," Bavarian "suna," Old Norse "suna," and Gothic "suno." All of these words stem from Proto-Germanic "sunan." It's ultimately related to the word for sun in other branches of the Indo-European language family. Um,
I
let's
wonder why they
see.
call it the sun. If you look at the sun, I don't know if I'd call it that. I'd call it the blindy thingy. You
You
know,
call it the what?
the blindy thingy, dude. The thing that like you don't stare at it. It blinds. It blinds you. Don't stare at it.
A lot of
Really
people
bright light.
worship the sun because their lives depended on it, so they had to figure it out and how to live with it and thrive from it and all that stuff.
God, it
That's
feels so good too. On
Hey,
a good
Axis.
day, like a nice day, the sun is amazing. And it's crazy that we get the sun reflects off the moon so we can see at night. That's crazy. That's fun. That's fun. That's a lot of power, bro. That's a lot of power.
yep.
Gosh. Man. Well, I appreciate you guys joining. I'm running out of topics. Like I said, I did my 2 hours. I'm running out of juice. I'm running out of tension.
All
You
good if
ready to
you
go
guys.
play games?
No, no, I'm just running out of tension. That's all. I'm
I
running out of
noticed you set a
BS.
timer back there. What is that
Oh, it's
counting
just
anything?
it's just to keep the screen going.
Oh,
If people, we hit our goal, right? You hit your
we
$10
did. We hit our.
goal.
Let me see if I got any. Did I get any new subscribers? Though?
I don't think we did a subscriber thon today. We
One
had
thing I would like to be successful at is keeping subscribers,
yeah our
keeping
shit
and increasing subscribers instead of rolling backwards as we do
yeah
this.
our C plus show is doing great, Jeff. I think it's doing
Going
great.
backwards.
Well, we do have those, but yeah, all those subs I got last week, I dropped under 800 again. I'm down to 798, so it's back where I started.
You dropped them?
So
Yeah,
Huh.
Zentz
I
thinks
dropped it while we were doing the show. I dropped.
yeah we lost a couple.
Yeah.
So Zentz thinks that yes, it is a hydrogen. It can only build on a helium so far along so long. So yeah, he thinks it's gonna burn out. Then Axis Rat Blood made it. Thank you, Axis. See, I think that I think some of us are thinking that the sun is limited to what happens naturally on Earth. Like we need to fuel. We need fire needs something to keep it burning, right? Like something fire needs something to keep it fueled. That's a simple concept on Earth, but this is an earthly concept. The sun is beyond Earth. That's why I don't think it's going to burn out like something we would think. But I understand where you're coming from, Zens. Thank you for sharing. And Jack Law says it's a book from Skolimotsky. What do you say before that? Skolimotsky. That's a good name.
Huh?
Jack Laws. He says
Oh,
it's
okay.
from a book from Skolimotsky. Those are I think names like that, like it sounds like an old Russian name, are the best ones, bro.
Skolomowski or Polish.
Skolimowski. That's Polish.
Scrollamos. It's funny because it's like Scrollamos, Scrollamos. I don't know.
Yeah,
Made me laugh.
Skolimowski. That's such a great
Fancy
name.
way.
Wait, what? If we look like we're having too much fun, we lose people. Unsubscribe if people are having too much. Why? Do they get jealous or something?
All right, I need to look more
Do
unhappy.
you actually drive away subscribers for having too much fun? Then I'm gonna just keep losing them because I don't know how to stop having fun. I love to have
Isn't
fun.
that the whole point?
Not laws brings an interesting hypothetical. What do you think? Do you think our world would be different if we had two suns? Like
Well,
like
definitely
no
be
light, like
different.
no darkness,
Eh,
We have that now with our one sun in
and with
certain areas
flashlights,
of
I
the globe.
guess.
I feel like that would suck.
That was awesome. I don't want the two suns. No.
Okay, and I come from Snowland, and I still think it would suck.
Yeah, that would that would suck. Oh, there you go, not Luz. No two suns. The core of the Earth is partly
My
marked by
scientific
thorium
answer.
and uranium. See, I don't know about that. No one's been to the core. That's all hypothetical. WASF. The core is a hypothetical thing. Oh, what do you guys think the core
No,
is?
there's a core.
We don't know.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't, Jeff.
You
We have
talking
a
about the magma
guess.
core at the center of the Earth?
We're still guessing, bruh. How do you know? We've never been to the center. We've only drilled like 12 miles down. We still have like 100 and something miles before we've even like gone through the plate. You realize that, Jeff?
It says it's deduced from measurements of seismic waves in Earth's magnetic field.
Seismic waves that determine the surface. Like,
There's some called the Simon-Glatzel equation.
yeah, so it's all hypothetical. We haven't been there yet.
It's an empirical correlation describing the pressure dependence of the melting temperature of a solid. So I guess they use it on the Earth and the math works out.
Yeah, and they also think because it gets hotter the closer we get to the center of the Earth, that's why. Because that's where magna comes from. It makes sense, but what's we don't really know. Because there's also water. Water's at the very center of the Earth, right? Like, where's all this water coming from? They're right now they have these tunnels there. We have one water cave that connects, I guess,
Well, this is from
Arizona
Wikipedia.
to the South America. That's from Wikipedia. And that's why I don't get how any seismic kind of tool that reads surface kind of stuff can read all the way down to the center. Like seismic only reads surface. It doesn't read
Right,
below.
but they use deduction. Just like we can't measure the planets and the stars and all that directly, but we still know how they work because we can take measurements and then deduce from those measurements using math and observation and scientific thinking and all that stuff to figure out what's likely to be going on way out in space.
I could argue that we can't because we have different densities the deeper you go. So how can you figure out the density of an object if it changes?
Well, I tend to trust geologists more than I trust you, unless you have some kind of expertise in geology that would be more credible than the people out there with the PhDs in geology. Isn't that what you argued for your
Yeah,
belief in the
but
Bible last
yeah,
week? That you
but
had all these experts that knew more than you did about the Bible, so you just decided to go with them?
yeah, but this is different. Like there's nothing to do with the core. Like that's way different than like surface stuff. Like the Bible's surface stuff. This is deep.
What
This is
makes
the
this any different than the Bible? It's
like I said. This is unknown territory.
right, but
Like
scientists is pretty good at using inference and deduction to get an idea of what's that unknown territory is most likely to look like.
I don't know. I think they go to a certain spot and they drill down and they hope for what they're gonna get, and then they pull it up and then they take a seduction from that. But it's all theory until they get there in core, and then they hit something. They're like, oh shit, we hit something, and let's get a new drill, or let's find out what we hit. And we've only gone like
Well,
12
like I just said,
miles.
they have those math equations they use, and the
Like I
math
said,
works
we've
out.
only gone 12 miles deep, and the Earth is how many miles thick? So I'm not going to listen to somebody who's only gone 12 miles deep, like scratched the surface or something. Or
So
the
you don't believe
scientists,
the math. You don't think the
yeah, I
math
don't believe
works
that
out.
math. Where the history, the guys who have studied the history have done more than scratch the surface of the religion. They've done more than scratch the surface of
Well,
it.
I'm still focused on the Earth core. I don't care about religion at
Well,
this
that's what I
point.
mean. They haven't they're just scratching the surface of the Earth core. Like I don't understand how you. There's no math equation
Because there's
for it.
math equations that they can use to
For
kind of deduce what is down there in the core. Because I guess the different densities would yield different numbers and results if it was
correct,
something
correct.
other than the magma core.
Well, I'm just trying to think of a math equation on something that doesn't exist. Like how do
Well,
you figure
the
out the
Earth
math equation?
exists. What are you?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, how do you think of a math equation of the Earth center when you don't have the x y's? You don't have the x, you don't have the y's, and you don't have the z's. You don't have the density because it changes.
Okay, the
You
equation, the
don't have this.
Simon-Glatzel equation is
It's a theory, right? It's not.
T. No, it's a math equation. So
It's a mathematical theory. It's still. It might
it's
be an
it's a
equation.
it's a math equation. It's math equations are not theories; they're math equations. Here, I'll put the Wikipedia article.
Was it MC whatever was a theory? Albert Einstein's equation for relativity is a theory, right? There are equations that are theories, Jeff.
It describes the pressure. It's a math equation. It describes the relationship between quantities.
So, but I
And
think
in
this is
this
beyond both
case,
our scopes.
it's the relationship between pressure and the melting temperature of a solid.
Which doesn't make any sense. You're telling me that the Earth is crushing itself to a solid by expanding at the same time. You know what I mean? Like we have earthquakes expanding out, but the Earth is crushing itself at the same time, creating lava and expanding at the same
I didn't
time.
say any of that.
Well, no,
For
but
like,
I'm saying this math equation accumulates for all that. It accumulates for the density while expanding, while doing all. That's what I'm meaning. Like that's what I'm trying to say, Jeff. Like I might not know the science, but I do know the
you
basics.
don't sound like you know the science. I'm sure a
Yeah.
geologist would explain it much better. There's probably YouTube videos that could explain it better.
All right. All right. But this is both beyond our scope, and I'm pretty sure we don't know what the center is of the Earth.
But I'm pretty sure scientists have a good enough idea that we can pretty much rely on that it's a magma core.
Some people think it's hollow.
Well, the studies that the scientists are doing and the math equations that they're using in these studies don't support a hollow core because the math would be different. Like the
Yeah.
numbers would work out differently if it were hollow.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's beyond both our scopes, and it'd be fun if someone could do it and figure it out and give me.
I mean,
Information.
I
So,
could look into it and watch some YouTube videos and read some articles and understand it better. I don't have the interest to do that right now live on the stream.
yeah,
But
yeah,
if I
I don't
wanted
either.
to, if I were motivated to, probably in a couple of hours, I could have enough understanding of it to understand why scientists think it's a magma core and the math and the scientific deduction behind it. And it would all
Oh,
make sense. So
we
this
don't even
this
know.
knee-jerk mistrust of like, oh, scientists don't know what they're talking about. Why do they think it's a magma core? You don't trust that thousands of scientists that independently test and verify this stuff over and over and over
Yeah.
for decades don't have a good idea of
Yeah.
what's at the center of the Earth's core, and you have a better idea than all these
Well,
people do?
because no one
I'm
has ever.
fascinated with the psychology of
Yeah.
distrust of science.
Because I'm trying to think of that right now. I'm trying to think of anything in the world that has a liquid core that is stable that we use as an example to replicate a liquid core that's somehow
So it's the
succeeding.
fact that it's like liquid that's just beyond
No,
credibility
no,
for
no,
you. Like, why
no.
would the Earth
Well,
be liquid at the
I'm trying
core?
to replicate it. You know, no one else has ever replicated this, Jeff. So you think,
Replicate what? You replicate experiments and result like the results of
yeah.
experiments.
So
You're
if
doing
there's,
something in your imagination
well,
right now.
yeah, because I'm playing with the idea instead of going, hey, this is the truth. I'm playing with the idea that maybe it isn't the truth. You're not even playing with the idea that maybe the science is wrong,
No,
right?
because I'm pretty sure it's not wrong. I'm pretty sure the scientists know what they're doing. And if that many scientists are saying this is what's most likely at the Earth's core, I'm not. I don't see a reason to doubt that. Like me, Jeff, who knows nothing about the science to the extent they do, is not in a position to come along and say, "Oh, I think you're wrong. I think it's this instead." If I knew the science to propose an alternate hypothesis, I might do that. But me as a layperson, I'm not in a position to offer an alternative to what all the scientists are telling me it's most likely to be.
That's fine. That's fine. But like, for example, like, did you have any kind of doubts the scientists who invented vaccines that don't work?
Well, a lot of vaccines do work.
But what about, you know what I mean? That's what I'm just saying. Like, you can't just, rely on scientists, and there are thousands of scientists who say something that could be potentially
Yeah,
blunder.
medical science, you pretty much mostly can. Like
Mm, definitely don't agree with
Yeah,
that.
modern medicine works. So, like, we've cured plenty of diseases. You go to the doctor with a problem and they fix it through medical science. It pretty much does work. Every individual body's different, so it's not going to work the same on all bodies in all cases. But for
right.
the most part, in general, they know how to cure a lot of the diseases that we didn't know how to cure in the past, or fix the medical issues that show up that they didn't know how to fix in the past. So I don't even know
Hmm.
why there's a distrust of that.
Well,
Mm.
I think,
Like
I think,
I've gotten vaccines my whole life and booster shots and all that, and I haven't caught any of the diseases I was vaccinated for. They worked. I didn't catch measles. I didn't catch mumps. I didn't catch tetanus. I didn't catch polio.
You may get strikes on this channel for saying some of that stuff just to give you a warning.
yeah, I was going to change it. Well, there are books on saying that there's other, that the core can be made of something different, and there are books on it. So it's kind of fun to talk about the ideas that,
Right, but there's
potentially.
books on everything. I'm more interested in the science behind the books and how it matches up to the existing science that says there is a core.
I'm more interested in changing the topic because we're not moving forward at all. We're just talking semantics.
I
We're
don't
going
think it's
back and
semantics at all. I'm interested in the
well,
distrust of science, like the psychological phenomena of people that distrust science for reasons that I can't understand
well,
why they're
I,
doing. We
I,
don't
I
have
did
to talk about it. We can change topics, but
I
I don't
did
think it's an unproductive topic.
I did mention that there
Even
was a
Joey's saying good debate, so I'm not
well,
alone in this sentence.
I did say that there was a financial incentive, right? You discredited that.
I didn't say anything about finance at all.
Well,
I
to
didn't bring
me,
money into it
no, no, I
one
did.
time.
I said that science could be influenced by money, and you're like, well,
Like every science across the world for the like decades are all getting paid money to say this one thing. That's ridiculous. That's like a retarded conspiracy theory. That's not how science works. You can't pay off that amount of people across that amount of time. What would be the point? Who would have the money and the motivation to pay all these people to say that the Earth's core is magma when it's not? Like that's like something out of not even
well,
science fiction. That would make even a bad science fiction
well,
novel.
it to me it's strange that a pharmaceutical, well, a science, I'm trying to keep this as TOS as possible. A company that would design a product to make people happy, even though it's to make people happy, but the actual side effects are more negative. And why they do it is, one, it makes people happy for the money. There's no actual health benefit to this. One of the perfect examples is the blue pill for men, right? That's just to make men happy. There's no societal benefit to that. And it's just to make men happy. The benefits, the negative side effects are way outweigh the negative. Like, you can get heart disease, you can get all kinds of these other diseases. They're all doing it for money. The science says this is not good.
I have a feeling we're not talking about the Earth's core anymore.
Well, we're
We're
talking
talking. You talking
about,
about Viagra?
no, Well, Jeff, we went from the Earth core to disbelief of science and people like that, right? We went from disproving, like, hey, disbelieving science. I thought that's where we went.
Well, you were saying that you didn't think that the Earth's core was what they say it is.
No, and you said the basics, the basic psychology. We're talking about psychology now, Jeff. We changed the topic a long time ago. We went from
No,
the
this
Earth
is
core.
all one topic. The topic is your psychology of not believing that what the scientists say is the Earth's core is actually the Earth's core. That's what started this whole thing.
Right, yeah, and this is a lot of people do this. I'm not the only person. There's flat earthers.
Right. They're
There's
all
moon
they're
deniers.
all dumb
Right.
conspiracy theorists that don't understand science. They're not
Well,
those are not intelligent people.
can we call
Some
you
people
dumb
have
for
done a
believing a
lot of
scientist?
research, though. Science is
So,
only science until people start asking better questions, and then science expands,
like,
right?
what is dumb to you? Because, like I said, like Joey just said, like,
People that think the Earth is flat are dumb to
but
me,
this person put
and that the
10,000
Earth's core
hours.
is not magma.
But what happens if this person put 10,000 hours, which makes them a master in their field? If they put
One person
10,000,
with $10,000 does not match thousands of other scientists with just as much hours saying the opposite. Like, why do you rest your faith in one person instead of a whole entire team of humans all working on the same problem,
so
coming to the
Jeff,
same conclusion independently, which is what science is?
Jeff, I'm trying to explore this idea with you, and you just keep on interrupting, right? Like, this is what the chat wants. I don't want this conversation. I wanted to move on. You said this is
We
what the
can move
chat
on. I'm
wants,
happy to move on.
and you keep on interrupting, so I don't know what to do.
No. Well, if I meant, let's just end the stream because you've been on my stream long enough to know this is how I have my conversations. If it's interrupting to you, then let's end the stream because it's not interrupting any other time I do it. It's only interrupting right now when the conversation is not going the way you want it to go. Suddenly I'm
No, no,
interrupting.
I want
But
to
I've
have
been
this.
you can go back and watch the fucking stream. I have been conversing the same way the whole time and it was never interrupting until just now. So why was it not interrupting the first 2 hours we were doing the stream? I didn't do anything differently.
Yeah, you
I
gotta take
was
that,
talking
Jeff.
over you. I was cutting you off. I was
No, you weren't.
interjecting just like I am now, but suddenly it's interrupting.
Yeah, because you won't let me finish, right?
But I am not doing anything differently than I haven't done the whole stream. So
Earlier
why all of a
stream,
sudden is it something different?
the earlier stream, we weren't even having this type of
You can
conversation,
go
really.
watch the stream. The whole time we were talking about books, we were cooperative overlapping, which is a conversational style that I've covered on this stream before.
And this isn't
Turn
cooperative
taking is
overlapping.
one form of having a
This
conversation.
is Jeff
Everybody
overtalking.
knows I don't do that style of conversation. I
You
do the
did. No,
overlapping
no, no.
style,
You
and
did it earlier.
suddenly you're trying to reframe it as interrupting, and I'm trying to understand why. When it wasn't
And you won't let me.
interrupting for two
You
whole
won't let me.
hours, I haven't done anything differently, and now you're trying to make out like I'm interrupting and I'm doing something negative when I haven't changed a single thing that I've been doing.
Jeff, you're shouting. This is definitely different than
I
earlier.
don't care if you think I'm shouting.
This is different than earlier.
That has nothing to do. I don't care what you think about the way I'm expressing myself right now.
This
The
is
thing I'm
different than earlier,
saying,
sir.
the thing I'm saying is accurate. I have not been having my conversation any differently than I have for the past 2 hours and 47
Actually, you
minutes.
have. No,
But
if you
you're
can admit
trying
you
to make
have,
it seem like the way I'm having the conversation now is somehow different or negative, but you didn't say anything about it for two something hours, and all of a sudden you want to comment about how it's interrupting. And I'm
because the
wondering why
conversation
you
changed.
didn't say anything for
Because
2 hours,
it changed,
and now
Jeff.
all of a sudden you're changing it to interrupting.
Because it
Why is it
changed.
interrupting now when it wasn't for 2 hours?
Because it changed. The conversation and topic changed.
So it was the topic?
No, the conversation changed. The conversation and topic changed. Your whole attitude changed.
But the,
And your whole,
the
no, no,
conversation has
and you
been
started
changing for
cussing.
2 hours. The
You started
conversation went
cussing.
all over the place.
No, no.
So even that's not
In the
different.
first
I'm
two
trying to
hours,
learn here.
there was
I'm
no
trying to
cussing
learn
at all,
what's
right?
different about this particular part of the conversation. Because when I zoom out and I look at the last 2.5 hours, what you're saying about this one part of the conversation applies to all the rest of the stuff too. So what is different? What are you reacting to about this particular part of the conversation?
Well,
Because in my mind, it's no different than what we've been saying for 2 hours.
for one, Jeff, the one thing you said was that we were having cooperative overlapping. This is Jeff talking. This is not cooperative overlapping.
That's what this conversational style is. When it's not the turn-taking style, it's the kind where people kind of talk over each other and come in while other people are talking. The kind that happens on the stream. The kind I have done multiple streams explaining and educating people about. So the norm for this stream is that conversations can overlap, which means people will talk at the same time, they'll cut people off, they'll overlap each other. That is nothing new for this stream. So why all of a sudden is it being presented as interrupting when it's
'Cause you're
no
literally
different
interrupting.
than any other day on the stream, but now you're trying to make it into something.
So Jeff, you put me in a bind. You literally asked me before if you're interrupting, please let me know. And when I do let you know when you're interrupting, you all of a sudden put it on me that you're interrupting.
But
I
I'm
know
just
you
trying to
asked me to do that,
understand
Jeff.
why
I
you're
told you
saying
why.
that I'm interrupting now when
told
I've
you
been
why.
doing the same thing for 2 hours. Like,
Yeah,
why
you're
are you
listening.
just now
Why you're-
calling it interrupting
Because
when
I
it when
told you and you're not listening.
So in other words, you let me interrupt for 2 hours and didn't say anything, and now you're pretending, oh, you told me to tell you when I'm interrupting. So
No.
2 hours later, I'm finally
No,
telling
Jeff,
you.
You're not
Hey,
listening.
Leggy.
You're not listening. What did I say? The conversation.
This is
changed.
not anger, WASF.
Yeah, it's not
I
anger.
don't
I'm
need
not
anger management. This is not anger.
But-
This is frustration and not understanding what's going on because it feels like he's running some kind of bullshit game because what he's doing is he's saying that I'm interrupting after 2 hours of me doing the same thing. All of a sudden, 2 hours later, he's all of a sudden problematizing it and making it seem like I'm doing something that's contributing negatively to the conversation when for 2 hours I've been doing the same exact thing and it was not a problem until just now. And I'm trying to understand what's different about just now that suddenly causes it to be interrupting. That's what I'm trying to understand.
I told you that. Did you hear what I said?
You
want
said
me to
something
repeat it?
about the topic changed.
No. I said that we're not doing cooperative overlapping anymore.
What's different about the last 10 minutes of conversation that was not...
Let me see. Is Jeff interrupting and cussing at me and using cuss words, which he
I
was
didn't
not
curse.
using?
I didn't cuss at you.
said
What did I
fuck.
say?
You said fuck. You said, what the fuck? You literally changed your whole tempo. And to
So-
deny that, the chat even.
So
recognized
okay,
you
what
changed
what you're
tempo.
saying is it's some non-verbal factor because if you go map out the conversation, the actual form of the conversation has not changed one bit. So you're reacting to something in my tone of voice,
No.
or a curse word, or something non-verbal. But you're
Yes.
not reacting to the actual act of interrupting because I've been doing that for 2.5 hours.
No.
Yes, go
No.
back and watch the stream and count how many times you talk, and then I come in and say something while you're talking.
Like I said, Jeff. Before
And
that,
go
we're
and
doing
then after you count all those times, go tell me why those times are not interrupting and this time is. And welcome, Leggy.
Congratulations on your cooperative overlapping right now. Before we were doing cooperative overlapping. Now we're not, Jeff. That's the difference.
Yes,
Understand the difference.
this is
That's
still
literally the
overlapping.
difference. But it's not cooperative.
I did an entire stream on this. You can go watch it and educate yourself.
So that's what it was, Jeff. When it went from
I don't think you're
cooperative-
being straight with me. I think something happened in the conversation that you're having a reaction to, and you're not able to articulate what that something
is
is.
that-
And I don't think it has anything to do with the fact that I've been talking while you're talking, because I've been doing that for 2.5 hours. I think
No.
you're trying to make something seem like interrupting, but I don't think that's what the real issue is. I think the issue is something other than the fact that I've been talking while you're trying to talk, because that's been happening for almost 3 hours straight now. So
No.
I don't trust that you're telling me what the real problem is. That's why I keep...
That's one of your faults, Jeff. You assume on people, and that's one of your faults.
I'm
literally-
telling you
I
what it looks
literally-
like from my
I
end.
literally was the most straightforward person I can be. I told you, Jeff.
Then why
I
can't
can-
you answer the simple question
I
of
did.
what's different about what you called interrupting? What makes that instant different than all the other times that happened
will
on the
be the
stream?
last
I have
time
not
I will
gotten an
repeat it.
answer to that question.
This is the last time I repeat it. We were not doing cooperative overlapping, and you were
Then what
interrupting.
makes it different? You can't tell me what's different about it.
What's different is because you were interrupting.
You said I
That's
used
not
a curse word
cooperative.
and my tone of voice or something.
That was it, Jeff. You were not cooperative overlapping. And then you went negative.
That's subjective. That's you feeling like it went negative. But
Oh,
none of
really?
that helps
Because the
me understand what actually happened on my
and the
end.
chat
Because in
also
my
saw that.
mind, the conversation just completely broke down and went off the rails, and I have no idea what happened. Because in my mind, I'm not saying or doing anything different. The only thing different that I can get from it is my emotion level went up because I'm
Oh,
frustrated
so
and not being
something
able to
is
understand,
different.
and I used a curse word. So that's the only things different that you're reacting to.
So now you admit something is different than before. Thank you,
Okay, so
Jeff.
it's my
Have a
level of
good day.
emotionality. You never said that
Yes,
one
you
time. I
got
had to I
emotionally
had to
connected to the
conclude that on my own.
conversation.
So again, if you don't like my emotions, then leave.
I didn't say that. You did.
You just clapped and said that was it. That's what was different.
Yeah,
So
I clapped that you recognize your emotions changed.
is
That it
that
was
what
not
the
the
difference is?
and that is not the same emotion you presented at the beginning of the show.
Then is that what the difference is that caused the conversation to break
I
down?
don't know, Jeff. You tell
Well,
me.
you're
You're the
the
one
only
who
one that
said.
can tell me because you're the one that started with the interrupting thing. And all I'm trying to find out is why all of a sudden you're saying that was interrupting when it wasn't for 3 hours.
Hey guys,
And
hey
I
Hey,
guys.
still
Leggy.
haven't gotten a clear answer to that.
Hello
What's up,
guys.
Leggy?
Hi guys.
And I can't
Hi
explain it
guys.
better than myself. I
Hi
can't
guys.
explain it better
How
than
is
that, Jeff.
everybody today?
I
Hi
thought I
guys.
did, I did the best I
Hi.
Hang
could.
on, I'm trying to
Hi,
listen
Miss
to Leggy. He
Joy.
just hopped
How
on
are
the
you,
panel.
Miss Joy? How are you, Miss Joy?
Thank you, Leggy.
How are you? I don't want to talk to you two. You two are arguing. You guys are
Yeah,
in
but
dunce corner.
Joy,
I
Joy,
want to
you're
talk to
muted.
her,
Just
but
a heads
she's
up.
muted, so
Yeah, she's muted.
it happens.
Oh, thanks.
There we go.
Sorry.
Hi. What's going on, people? Jesus. You guys sound like a bunch of fucking hens in a hen house. Jesus Christ here. Fucking like throwing out a fucking piece of pork and watching the fucking birds go at it. God damn. Holy fuck, man. All right, here we go. So is this already going down in flames, this partnership, or what?
No, it was going fine for 2 hours until all of a sudden he said I was interrupting, and in
So
my
for
mind I
three
wasn't
hours.
doing anything different.
So it went
And then
good
when I
for two
asked him
hours,
why
and
all
then
of a
now
sudden
it's
that was
gone to shit.
interrupting, I never got an answer. And then it escalated from there. It became about my emotions. It became about I said a curse word. It became about all kind of stuff that had nothing to do with what I was trying to understand about the communication breakdown. And so I think we're at a deadlock at this point.
Well, sometimes I feel like certain people get hung up on certain words and they can't get past certain words. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not just saying like that's what happened here. I'm just saying in general. In normal conversations with people, it's like a lot of times people get hung up on a certain word or maybe the way it's said. I mean, because you can say something 1,000 different ways and it have different meaning based on the context, tone, base, keywords. Uh, you know, there's a bunch of things that play into it.
Well, what word in this situation do you
Well, I
think it
mean, I don't
was?
know. I came up as
Well,
you were starting
to me,
to.
you're saying that for a reason. There was something about what you observed.
No, I'm saying in general, like in general conversation. See, you're getting hung up on the word. See, you're proving my point right there, Jeff.
Yep,
You're
you
getting
just
hung up
proved your
on.
point.
You're hanging
Thank you,
up,
Leggy.
getting hung on the words that I
No,
said,
what
not
I'm trying
not
to
what I.
understand, and I feel like nobody's being direct with
What
me.
He
do you
They're
literally
mean? I'm
said,
talking
being
Jeff.
around it. They're
direct.
being
No.
vague. They're being
I'm
general.
not. What do you
If you
mean?
have a very specific
Yes,
observation about something you've noticed,
Leggy
I
that's what I'm
just
trying
gave
to
literally.
you.
find
I gave
out.
a
And it's
very
like I'm
specific.
trying to get
I
answers,
said
and nobody's
people.
being direct with me, and it's
I
very
said.
frustrating.
Leggy
See, you're
directly
proving.
said to you he was being
No, I
general.
asked him what word. He's like, I'm just being. He wouldn't say any
General.
particular
Yeah,
word.
exactly. He literally told you he was being general. He literally told you
Right,
that.
and I'm asking for
And
specifics.
he's
So do you
Well,
see
I
the
said people
disconnect
get hung
already?
up.
there's no
People
specific
getting.
to general. You know
Yeah,
I'm
that,
because
Jeff.
it's
talking with
different.
Leggy.
Because different
Leggy,
words.
Leggy would be the one to answer all this,
But
not you.
Philip,
It was his
but Philip
observation.
understands what I'm
I'm
saying,
gonna
though.
head out, you guys. Have a good
Thank you,
night.
Joy, for
Take care,
your
Angeline. Thank
But
thank you.
adding to the show
Philip,
today. Thank you.
Philip understands what I'm saying, though.
Yes, but I'm trying to understand, and my assumption is that the two of you
No.
would want me to understand. If you
Okay,
don't,
okay,
if this
okay,
is just
okay.
some
So
inside joke between the two of you and y'all don't
no,
really want me to
I couldn't even
understand,
talk to
there's
Philip.
no point of having the conversation. I thought y'all were wanting me to try to
Jeff,
understand what was
Jeff,
going on as
Jeff.
Jeff,
well.
I
This
And
thought
is
you
I
part of it.
understood
understand
that.
through
You,
asking
Okay.
questions. That's the
all right.
best way for me to
Okay,
understand.
okay, okay, okay. I was saying in general, people. There is times where people get like where you get the conflict with like a breakdown in conversation is because the other party, in general, you know what I mean. They get hung up on a word or a phrase that's been said, and that's the thing they keep always go back to. I'm not saying that happened here because I come in late. I was just putting in my sense about watching all this
Oh,
shit
okay.
break
So you
down.
didn't see the start of
Yeah,
all
I don't
this.
know what the fuck happened, dude.
Oh,
I just
okay.
got time. I
And I
see.
thought
So I thought maybe there was a particular word that you noticed in this case that was
no.
happening with.
I said in general, not necessarily in this chat, because I just got here. I did say that,
and then
but
Okay.
you
you.
went and assumed more, Jeff.
No,
This
I
is
was
what I
asking
said. People
questions
get
the
hung
whole
on
time. So
words
don't
instead of.
accuse me of doing something I'm not doing.
Well, did you not listen to what he said? I'm asking us a nice question because he literally told you what he said. I don't know if you missed it.
Right, and I'm trying to understand what he said again by asking questions. So me and Leggy have this. We can work. I can get the information I need from Leggy without any assistance from you right now. I'm doing just
All right.
fine talking with Leggy on my own.
Have a good one.
You too.
Okay, well, okay.
All right. So you
I
didn't
feel
see,
like
you
every
didn't
time
have
I
any
come up here,
specifics. You were just going off of
yeah, in
like your
generality.
because you came in late and your impression. I thought you saw the whole thing
No,
and you saw specific details that might have
no,
contributed to it.
no.
Okay.
But with that being said, I have seen people say certain words that have caused you to that has caused you to go on like a little rant per se. Like what's that word? Starts with the S. Uh what the fuck do you say? Uh, what the fuck did you say you didn't like the fucking the word? Oh fuck! Now it's drawing a blank to me. Starts with an S. It's on the tip of my tongue here. Um, yep. Talks about like it's kind of like erratic behavior type shit, like same lines of that. What the fuck?
Spurging?
Yeah, like
Oh
spurging
no, I
that.
love that word.
Oh, what the fuck? Maybe it was different. I don't know, different word or something. But spurging, there's a word. You know what I mean? Though there would be people that will get all fucking bent out of shape because they
Yeah.
said the same thing, getting hung up on a word. You know what I mean? Or like like the Eminem thing. Mike Sloan getting hung up on me
Mhm.
making the Eminem comment,
Right.
or the AA joke, or like you know what I mean. Certain things. That's what I mean. Like you know what I
Right.
mean.
A lot of us, yeah, a lot of us have different triggers and different words that are going to affect us more than other
Sometimes
words.
I feel
And I
like
think
you.
go ahead.
Sometimes I also feel like you think people are judging your. Some people. I feel like sometimes you think people are judging like uh your IQ, quote unquote. You know what I mean? Your mental capacity type deal. Like sometimes I just feel like you think people are fucking with you when they're really not.
Yeah, well, not my IQ, but sometimes I do. Yeah, sometimes it does seem that way, especially when they're not direct. Because that's what dispels that impression for me. When someone can have a direct, just a straightforward, direct conversation. And the thing that started today is Philip suddenly started to describe what I was doing as interrupting. I was doing it the whole time, and he never once said it was interrupting until at some certain point in the conversation, it became interrupting. And
So
I
at
was
some
trying to
point,
understand why it was suddenly interrupting when it wasn't anything different than I was doing the whole stream. And that's when the breakdown started. Is when he was trying. I was trying to understand why I was being accused of interrupting when I hadn't been accused of that for over 2 hours, and suddenly it became interrupting. And I was trying to
well,
understand what had changed because in my mind, I was having the same style. I was using the same style of conversation I had been using the entire stream.
I get you. I get you.
And I still can't say that I understand why. So it seemed like
But don't ask
There
me
was a
because I
reason on his end he was suddenly framing it as interrupting, and he
look.
couldn't
All I know
articulate what
is
that reason was, and then it made me not trust what was going on in the conversation, like not trust his motives for the conversation anymore.
look. All I know is the only other time I've been up here in panel with Mr. Phillip is uh, well, it was a few weeks ago, months ago, probably now, and I'm pretty sure it ended the same way with with you and him getting into a debate or something, and then he winds up just gracefully bowing out. I do
Yeah,
believe that happened last time too.
it's
I've never
happened
really had a
several
chance
times.
to chop it up with him because it's always gone south with you two.
Yeah,
Just
no,
saying.
this has happened several times with us.
I'm just saying. Just saying.
That's why when we started the show, like I predicted that the first episode it wouldn't last past one episode,
So
and
Jeff,
he kind of got offended to that.
I kind of want to get back to what we were talking about the other day about uh hold on a second. I gotta find my phone.
Nothing stopped you from talk. Don't accuse me of not letting you talk. I didn't stop you from talking.
Uh,
See, that's what I don't like when people accuse me of things I'm not doing and lie on me. Philip had the same chance to talk that everybody had. I didn't stop him from talking.
well, like the other day with the pyramids, right? Because let's go back a couple weeks to the pyramids. Not actually get in depth into conversation about pyramids, but about what happened during that conversation, right? So I proposed to you, right, that there could be, other than the generalized theory of what's happened, right, of what they say has happened in the most well received theory, right? I say there's more than one theory out there, right? And then I throw out a name of yes, it's a guy that throws out a lot, but some of them things he talks about are actual finds, actual things that have changed history as we know it,
Are
or
you
has
talking about the
ever changed.
pyramids?
Yes, when we had that pyramid conversation,
Yeah.
right? But so with that being said, because I had a different view of that, you automatically went to I must not understand how science works. Even though I've never failed a science class, I've never got below a B in science when I was in school a day in my life. Like I absolutely love science, math, history. Believe it or not, those were three things I was very, very good at. English, if anyone can believe it or not, I fucking barely passed it. Who would have thought, huh? Uh, but with that being said, them three subjects right there, I did very, very well in. You know what I mean? So, like, I do have an understanding, but I also have an understanding that as history progresses and they do more research and more archaeological digs and they find things, they do tend to change history and the dates in history as when they think things were built. So it asks questions who did build them if it was older than they thought. That's happened because there's a cave. I believe it's in South America. There's a cave they found. You go down into it. There's a circle of them stalagmites that come off the ceiling that's broken off. They were placed there almost 150,000 or 150,000, 150 million, whatever the fuck it was, years ago. A fucking long ass time. A lot longer, probably by Neanderthals, but it still changes history as we know it because it makes you wonder, all right, so Neanderthals had a better understanding of, of, uh, shelter, culture, because there's signs of burials there in this place. You know what I mean? So it makes you question history because it makes you question what we already know. Same thing with the cosmos when you get into to space science and physics and all that. Theories change, theories evolve. They've bounced back and forth from Einstein. They've discredited him. They've proved him. They've discredited him again, reproved him right throughout history. Uh, Galileo. People thought Galileo was crazy. You know what I mean? He had to fucking that the Earth wasn't the center of the fucking universe, that the sun was. You know what I mean? And he got shunned by the scientific community back then. shunned, was told he was a fool.
Well,
And
not
guess
really by
what?
the scientific community, but by the religious community,
But
because he
even the
was working off
scientific,
of.
but even the scientific at the time. So,
No, a lot of astronomers agreed with him, and he was working off of the observations of Copernicus and Kepler before him. So it was already, he was working off of already established scientific theories, and that's all how science works. So there were things about the conversation we were having about the pyramids that had me wondering if you understood how science works. That's why I said that stuff.
yeah.
Because there were things about that conversation that did make me
But I
question.
mean, then you have to take other things in effect, though, right? So they say in theory, in principle, on pen and paper, all the calculate, right, that it would possibly work, but they have never proved it. And the only time they've moved a stone in modern history that size, they've had to build a trailer so extremely big that you know what I mean? There's never been a trailer built that big before. You know, the trailer had 126 fucking wheels on it, or 124 or something like that. Like, you know what I mean? A lot of fucking wheels on this trailer
But
just to
remember, we
move it.
went through, I asked the AI, we went through, and they gave all the methods they used to determine the date, and it
I
was like
understand that,
seven
but
or eight.
they say that. But for smaller stones it makes sense. But when you get in these stones that are hundreds of thousands of pounds though, right? And they're talking about rolling stuff across sand and stuff, right? You gotta think, okay, you gotta think about friction, right? Friction. Uh, you gotta think about how far it sinks down into it. So you got your resistance. You got to think about how many men it would take just to start to get it to budge, and then how many men it would take to keep that momentum going, right? You would have to think about the change in velocity to going up hills, going down hills, right? Like this terrain wasn't as smooth as what we thought it was. So in theory, yes, they think this is how they did it, but they've never actually done it in large scale. You get my point? Like they've never actually taken a stone the size of the king's chamber and try to roll it from the quarry, which is like 100 and some miles away, and roll it over the terrain the way they think they did. They've never done that in modern times. You know what I mean? So, and that was my whole point. And you're like, well, you don't understand science. Well, yes, it.
That wasn't the reason I was saying you don't understand
But
science.
that was my whole
There were
point of
other
what I was trying to get
reasons.
to you. I was trying to get that through, and you were like, that was one of the your biggest proponents of why I didn't understand it. You know what I mean? Because
I remember it differently. I don't remember that being the main reason I said that. I can't believe we're still back on that
no,
topic,
no.
though.
Well, I mean, we're not talking. I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? Like, it really is just one of them things. I think sometimes you take what Google or the AA says, and like you don't want to talk about it. Like sometimes you're so well. This is what it is, and it's like try to get you to open up and to even try to expand. Or sometimes it's very since I've been around, it's very hard, and sometimes it comes with some kickback from you. You know, sometimes in form of resistance and agitation. Sometimes not, but just saying. This is just my observation. I'm not coming as a dick. I'm not coming no troll, no nothing. This is just from how I felt after our conversation because as I said,
Well, and
it
I did feel like I had been a little unfair to you that day and gone a little hard on, and I did apologize for it when you came
yeah,
back
you
on
did.
stream.
But I just kind of like let it go. I never actually talked about it because there was other people up here and you know what I mean? But I'm just trying to point things out. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like you went by what AI said, and because I challenged what the AI said, gave you for the answer, that's when you got onto this notion that I didn't understand and that I must have
I mean,
failed to understand science. Like, you know what I
I
mean? And I assure you, like, really, the only class in my whole, and I'll say it, the only class I ever really failed was fucking English. Like I said before, like, fucking English was not, because I hated fucking writing papers. I fucking absolutely hated it. Can I do it? Yes. Do I like to? No. And I used to procrastinate, and then do the fucking least bit of fucking effort into it. So, there you go.
I'm not. All right. How do I want to say that? I don't think there's a tactful way to say it. I'm not a tactful person anyway. I going just by. I'm not saying you don't understand science, and I'm not saying you didn't do well in science in high school. I'm saying based on that particular conversation on that day, there were things that you said in that conversation that had me questioning your It did not seem like some of the things that you said that day did made it seem like you did not understand science,
No,
and
because
I
I
still
questioned it.
stand
Because
by
you
that
kept saying, well,
impression.
they proved it. You kept saying they proved it, and I kept telling you no. They have a theory, and you kept trying to say, well, our theory's this. I go, well, no, they have not actually built a pyramid. And you're like, well,
I
no,
don't
they
remember
have built
saying
a
they
pyramid.
proved it. I do remember saying that they dated the pyramids within, I think, a 20-year range.
Yeah, and then we got talking about okay, so the pyramids were older than what they said they were, right? There's a 1,000 year gap that you have to account for, and you were telling me that I was crazy, that there would be nothing you would have to account for, but it is because there's 1,000 years of history prior to you
No, no,
starting.
you were talking about Alexander the Great and how
Yeah,
it changed.
I said that was a fixed point. That was my point. That's a fixed point in history that you could work back from. Like, you know what I mean? To make sure all your ducks were in a row.
Right,
That's
but it
in
sounded like you were saying because the pyramids were older than we thought that we have to rethink our entire understanding of all
you
of history,
you
including
would.
Alexander the Great and all. And I
No,
said
no, no.
no, we
I
would
said
only
you
have
would
to
have to
rethink the
no.
what we think about the
See, you missed
pyramids.
once again, you heard what you wanted to hear instead of
Well,
what
I
you
heard what I
said.
did here. I wasn't choosing to hear
Which
anything
is
in
exactly
particular.
hearing what you did hear is the same thing as hearing what you wanted to hear.
Well, no, because I don't will what I hear. I
Sure you
hear
do.
whatever I hear. It's not that I'm trying to deliberately hear something, like I'm choosing to hear something that you're not saying. I don't want to leave you with that impression. That is what I heard at the time. It sounded to me, and we could go back and watch the stream, that you, because I remember there were other people on the stream that had the same impression. Like they thought you were also saying that we have to go back and
Or no, because
relook at
it was
all of
more based
history.
on how you were making it though, because you kept going, well, and then yeah, I was getting tongue tied because like I was getting all flustered. You know what I mean? Because like you were like, and I kept trying to go, Alexander the Great. It's a fixed point. You got to work back from there. And you kept saying, well, why him? I go, why not him? Like, you know what I mean? Like that's the thing that you cannot deny is when he ruled fucking in the ancient times and the expansion that he made in his short reign, in his short life. That's a fixed point in history. So if you work back from there, you could whatever, you know what I mean? What
I
about
know,
these
but
build
what I could understand was what that had to do with what Alexander the Great had to do with the pyramids.
because he
It's
was
just
the
some
pharaoh of
arbitrary
Egypt.
point.
Because Alexander the Great was the pharaoh of Egypt at one point. So therefore you could work back from him in a timeline in Egypt is my point. He was a pharaoh.
I still don't understand
What do
the
you
point of
mean?
Alexander the
It's a,
Great, but
because it's a fixed point in history that we know is concrete. It's a concrete point of evidence in time. Like there's no denying that at that time, at that date, that he ruled Egypt. He was crowned pharaoh. You know what I mean? There's no or ruler or whatever the fuck he was
right,
crowned.
but I don't understand what that has to do with the
Because you
pyramid
can use
thing.
because then you use that to backdate the history that we do know, and then you go from there to fill in the blanks, to try to fill in the blanks. You get my point. It's a
No,
fixed
that's the
time.
part I didn't
You
understand,
work
and I still don't.
backwards. So you work backwards in it. It's like an equation, like an algebraic equation. You work backwards to solve the answer, to get the answer. You know what I mean? You would work backwards. So
I don't know
therefore,
what that has to do with the dating of the pyramids, though.
Jeff, if my whole point is, if they were older than what we said they were, okay? If they were older, right? If they're even fucking 500 years older than what we said they were, right? You would have to try to go back and figure out history before that. But in order to make sure that you had all your ducks in a row, you could you go look at a fixed point in history and work backwards from there to fill in your blank? In the blanks to go, okay, so he ruled here, before him there was this person, before him. You can work all the way back to all the dynasties until you figure out who built what. Or
But
who
none of that has anything to do with Alexander the Great. He only goes back so far.
you, but you can date who he took over from, who he invaded, who was in charge before he invaded. You can, and then who was in charge. You get my point? It's a fixed time in history you work back from to see what events occurred.
But you don't need Alexander the Great to do that. Like
Oh, I
Moose, I
understand
understand
that.
this. I understand
Oh,
what
I
Moose is
understand
saying,
that.
that
But
it
the other
changes their
day, no.
position on the timeline. I just don't understand what the significance of Alexander the Great is. Because
Because
people
it's
can
just a
study
point.
everything you're
Because
saying
it's just a
without any
fixed
kind of
point
reference to
in
Alexander the
time.
Great.
Because it's a confirmed fixed point in
Well,
time.
you could use like the founding of
Well,
the United
yes,
States. You
you
can
could.
use any arbitrary point in history. That's why I don't understand
Well,
I don't understand why you need some
because
arbitrary,
okay, first of all, I use Alexander.
non-related historical point to study that area of history. Like to me, you would pick a point related to the actual history you're studying.
Yes, and he was a ruler of Egypt, which ties into Egyptian history.
But he was only a ruler for a short period of time,
It
and he only
doesn't
goes back
matter.
so far. So if you're
I
talking about
understand that.
pyramids that were thousands of years before him, I don't understand what the point of bringing him is in.
Okay, okay. Once again, it was just a reference, an example of what you could do, because that was the first thing that popped in my head. It's a fixed point. All I'm saying is it's a fixed point in history that cannot be denied. That
But
you
it's
could.
not a point that has any relevance to what you're studying. So I don't
What
understand
are you
why
talking
use that
about, Jeff?
fixed point. You could
Jeff,
use the Great Wall
Jeff,
of China,
Jeff,
or
Jeff, Jeff, Jeff.
it would make just as much
No.
sense.
Okay. Yes, you could use the wall. You can use any known fixed point, but you could use Alexander the Great more as a better example than the as your fucking example is the wall because he was in a direct ruler of Egypt. So therefore, you can the direct lineage of the rulership, of how it worked, of who took over reign from who killed who, what general betrayed who, what leader. Like you, all I was saying is it's a fixed fucking point in history. I don't understand how you don't understand that. That it's a fixed point in history that you
I
could,
understand that it's a fixed
could.
point in history.
C O U
What I
L
don't
D,
understand,
could.
and I've said over and over and over, what that particular fixed point in history, which I understand, it's a fixed point in history, has to do with the date of the pyramids 1,000 years before that point. It's the connection between your point about the pyramids and that it's a fixed point in history. I'm not. You're
Because
seeing a
they say
relation or a connection there that I don't understand the significance of.
because it's a fixed point in Egyptian history that you could work back from.
But what does that have to do with the pyramids?
Because a ruler built the fucking pyramids. So therefore, if
But it
they are
wasn't
for
Alexander.
no shit, moron, I know that shit. I've never said it was Alexander. Never once did I say he had anything to do with building them. I said
Right.
he was
So
a
I don't
ruler.
understand. That's why I don't understand why you bring him in. If you're talking about Great Pyramids thousands of
Because
years
they have
before
to
he
do with fucking
existed, why
Egyptian
he's so important?
history. They have to do with the fucking Egyptian history. You're fucking trolling me. You
I'm
have to be fucking
not.
trolling me. No one
I'm
can be this
not.
fucking stupid. Nobody.
I honestly
Nobody
believe
can
that
be this
you
fucking
understand. In your
dickheaded.
mind, it all makes sense. I truly believe that. I'm
I
just
think it
not
makes
getting
sense
it.
for everybody what I'm saying. It's just a fixed point in Egyptian history that you could work back from to determine of who built what. All right, we know he did this here. All right, so who was before him? All right, so what is related to this person? It's just a fixed part in history that you work back from. Just like if you would do,
But why do you have to work back from something to study the pyramids thousands of years before? Like, why do you even need to work back from a point?
it was just the first thing that popped in my head. I'm just saying, there's other. You could use fucking King Tut for Christ's sakes. You know what I mean?
That might make more sense. What year was he?
But it has nothing to do with the fucking time. All I'm just saying, because you could still make a connection from King Tut to fucking uh Alexander the Great. If you look at the secession, who succeeded who?
Let's see. He was 14th century BCE. Wow, he was even. It looks like he's even older than you said the pyramids were. You'd have to move forward. They have him at 1341 BC to 1323 BC. That sounds pretty specific. All right, let me see what the date of the pyramids were. The pyramids were.
I can't do this conversation
Oh, they
because
were even
all
older.
I'm
They were
saying is
20.
it has nothing to do with the dates of the pyramids and all that. I'm just saying it's a fucking time in history that you could work back from. It has nothing to do. You could get to
Right, but
who
you
built
could pick any
fucking.
point in where I don't understand.
That's
I
what I'm
guess it's the
saying.
concept. I guess it's the
Exactly. You
concept
could take
of.
any fucking point. Exactly. You just said what I've been saying. You could take any point you want. Once again, it was the first example that popped in my fucking head. Because I just got done watching something about Alexander the Great, literally about fucking 20 minutes before I talked to you. So that was the first fucking ruler of Egypt that popped in my fucking head the other day. And then you're trying to act like he had nothing to do with Egypt at all and that you couldn't figure out who ruled before him
Oh,
and
I
who
didn't
was
ever said he
not.
had nothing to do with Egypt at all. I never said that.
Well, you're trying to say, how can you tie him into Egypt? And how can you tie him into the pyramids? Well, he's into Egyptian history. So
But
therefore, you could tap into his
here's what
Egyptian
I don't.
background.
I guess
You could
it's the concept of having to work back at all that I don't understand. I don't.
That's the
If you're
fundamentals of how you
studying the
track
age of the
history.
pyramids, why do you have to
How
work
do you
back
think
from
they
anything?
traced fucking COVID, supposedly, when they did COVID? They
How
tracked the origin of where the
are
fucking
these
case started.
conversations proxies for vaccine conversations? They always
No,
seem to end
no,
up
no,
on
no, no.
vaccines.
What do you, I'm just using that as a fucking example. Once again, see, you're going some fucking
Well, because it
conspiracy
happened with
fucking land.
Philip today too. We were
Well, I
talking
didn't
about the
watch
Earth's
any.
crust,
Look,
and we ended
I
up on
did not watch
vaccines.
anything you and Philip said today. Once again, I've
Well, I'm
watched
just letting
zero
you know the
of
reason
it.
I asked the question I just asked, if you care to understand why, is because it happened again with Philip and I. So people start out talking about these scientific theories and then they end up on vaccines somehow, which makes me wonder if it's a proxy for talking about the vaccine science. That's all. I'm just putting out there as a question. That's it. I'm not making anything more of it than that.
I, I
And
can't.
again, we can. I'm not attached to any of these topics. So people come on, they accuse me of getting worked up and passionate, but they get just as worked up, and they can
No,
change
I'm getting
topics at any
worked up for
time.
the
But
simple
they stay
fact
on
is
the
that
same topic
you're being
themselves by
thick-headed.
their own choice. When I say we can move on, so there's a pattern to, and then I feel like I'm being set up as the sole factor that's causing conversations to go a certain way. And from where I'm sitting when I watch them, other people are doing things on their end that's contributing to this dynamic too.
Have you never seen Six Degrees with Mike Rowe? Have you never seen that?
What's it called?
6 Degrees with Mike Rowe. You should watch that.
Mike
You
wrote
should
no.
you should watch that series, and that will give you a
I'm looking
better
it up now,
that
but
will
if
give
it's
you a better understanding of how you can work from Alexander the Great that didn't have a direct connection to the pyramids, and you could work and you could, but yet you could work back to him.
he
That shows
shows how things in the world are connected.
exactly in ways you wouldn't even fucking possibly imagine.
Well, that's some of what I worry about.
Exactly.
Because that is something that conspiracy theorists kind of do. There's an infinite amount of dots that they're able to connect.
And as far as these drones, look, all right. There's one thing I know from without a shadow of doubt. On a nice clear day, you do not have a fucking plane in the fucking atmosphere that does not have fucking exhaust behind it, unless it's a fucking remote controlled, battery operated. fucking type plane. All right. And to my knowledge, the only type suck thing is fucking drones. And I took a picture of this cocksucker, and I'm convinced more than ever that it is a fucking drone.
Wait, you have a picture? Can we see it?
Well, oh, I gotta. Okay, so I'm gonna log into StreamYard through the fucking app so I can have the OBS type shit, so you can have it big. All right, so work with
Okay.
me.
All right. I got to pee too.
I'm hoping I could find. Well, I had it on video, so I'm hoping I can do this. Hold on.
Okay. All right. And I know absolutely nothing about the drones in New Jersey. I don't know enough about drones. I don't know enough about New Jersey, any of that. So I have no opinions on them. Oh, it says emergency call. Let's see. Okay.
It's me. It's me.
That looks like some
Hold on. No,
stairs.
no, 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 no. That's just. Hold on.
Oh.
Hold on.
Is that live? Is that where you are? Or is that the... What the hell?
Hold on.
That looks something like a Blair Witch.
Hold on. No, hold on. It's picking up me.
Oh, that's you. Okay.
There we go.
So this is the photo?
Yeah, there's no fucking exhaust coming out of that fucking thing at all. And it was moving so fucking slow.
Did you
Like
take a
so
video
slow.
or just a photo?
I have a video, but I don't know how to play the video. I don't know.
Oh. Is
Yeah, I
there a
don't
way
know
to
how
blow this one up?
no, I don't really know how.
Because right now I
Unless
just
you
see a
do.
little white
That's what I'm saying though.
rectangular
Look,
thing.
that's the fucking that is whatever, and there's no exhaust behind it at all. Like
Right.
none. Like man. Like it was moving so fucking slow. So
What do you
slow.
think it is?
I thought it was a fucking drone. That's what caught my eye because I was watching it. And I was like, that fucking thing's moving awfully fucking slow. And then I was like, where the fuck's the exhaust behind it? So I
How
took a
high is that?
fucking
Is that like airplane height or lower?
yeah, that's up there. Like that's airplane height. Like that's a drone and or a plane. Like hands down. Like not a small one, not anything. And it sucks because there's no fucking clouds for reference either. None. But I'm convinced that's a drone. Now I don't know about none of this other, and the funny part is I took this picture before I even heard anything about fucking these drones in New Jersey and shit. First time I heard about it was the day after when I picked my wife up from work. Her coworker asked me if I had heard about them, and I go no. And then they showed me some fucking video, and I go, well, hey, check this out from yesterday. So yeah.
Hmm. I have no clue what that could be.
I don't either. I mean, I'm not because it's hard to say with no reference on how big it is. You know what I mean? No clouds. There's
Yeah,
no.
I would need
If
more
I
information.
wish I had I could play the video. Maybe I'll upload it to my shorts on my channel, and
Oh,
I'll do
okay.
that. Let me do that right now. The video, and maybe you can get it to play.
And then I could just play the short.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'm gonna exit out. So give me about 5 minutes tops.
Okay, no problem. I gotta pee anyway. I might have to play a video myself. Let's see.
All right. Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. No. Here we go. I gotta go back to YouTube.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, Um, let's see. Do I have anything to talk about? We're. I'm still gonna read that book. What is it? The 4-day work 4 hour work week, and I want to read that Wild at Heart men's book. No, not lost. I don't. I don't. I'm not. I don't. I don't. I did apologize to Leggy that day about the because I did feel like I came off hard. I don't. What I want to say is I don't disagree. I don't take anything back. I still stand by everything I said. I just think I delivered it more. What's the word I want to say? I was more forceful with the delivery of it than he deserved, than it needed to be. But I don't apologize for what I thought at the time or what I said at the time. I guess it was the delivery. Not even the delivery, but the intensity. Today, I don't apologize for anything because I don't understand. I am still so completely in the dark. I have no clue what happened. We were having a perfectly normal conversation, and then at some point, all of a sudden, I was interrupting when I wasn't interrupting at any other time before the day. And that was the point for me that my understanding of what happened broke down. So I know you're saying to lie and be fake and say a whole bunch of stuff that I don't mean, but until I understand what's going on, I don't apologize. My judgment is suspended. I don't apologize for shit because Philip was doing some things too that contributed to the breakdown. Yeah, I don't have tact. I've already admitted to that. In fact, I did an emotional intelligence test live on stream, which supported that, and I went through the Big Five, all 30 facets of the Big Five traits, and I looked at which ones I was strong in and which ones I was weak in, and tact was one of the
Okay,
weak
Jeff.
ones. So that's a
Go ahead.
well-known thing about me.
Go ahead, Jeff. It should be uploaded.
Okay, let me see. God, why can't I find your channel?
Just Leggy 207, I think.
Yeah. Oh, let's see. Oh, yeah, okay.
I mean, I put the picture in there because it's only a 5-second video, but
All right, let's take a look.
because there was a car that come up. Because I stopped in the middle of the road. But
Oh. Oops. It looks like it's just floating there. It doesn't even look like it's moving. Oh, kind of. Okay, I can kind of see it move. Yeah, I wouldn't know what that is. How do I replay it? Part of it is the text kind of blocks some of it at one point.
I see that. I didn't. I just kind of put it up there. I guess I should have moved the text down.
Yeah, it's interesting. I would even begin to have a guess on what it is.
You see what I'm saying, though? There was no exhaust from it.
Like
That's
like
what.
a plane. Like if it was a plane, it would leave those
Yeah,
trails.
because like today, like I was looking today, talking to my wife about it, and I go, like legit, there's no fucking exhaust coming out of it. And like you look at all these planes, and every one of them, not a one of them, no matter which direction they're headed, there's exhaust coming out of them. You know, so
Well, that is interesting.
that's what I'm saying. And if it was coming from overseas, that is pretty much the course that a plane would take. Is that rough direction when they come over to the States? Because a lot of times when they come from like the UK and shit, the way they're depending on which airport they're going to, but if they're coming to like one from Maine to I'd say maybe New York. Well, I'll give New York tops, but like from New York up, they're gonna come over Maine, you know, and a lot of times it's right over here. They come over the Atlantic, and it's like Eastport, Jonesport, like all them fucking towns. Some of the first that they come over. So just because of how the flights are.
Yeah, I don't consider the community creator, whatever that means. So again, you're doing the same thing. You're framing it in a way and throwing in a bunch of stuff that has nothing to do with what I observed from the original incident. So you're importing your own shit into it. Oh, creating. Okay. Well, I'm very selective about who I want to create community with, and people that can't talk through or work through communication breakdowns. I'm not sure what what that adds to community. Because and I'm sure all of you know this, or you should by now. But whatever level my emotion gets to, and for some people it's a big issue. For me, it's not. It doesn't stop me from dialoguing and talking and continuing conversation. So if people drop out of a conversation or back out of a conversation or find conversation difficult because of my emotion level, that is them. It's not stopping me at all from trying to talk through and learn what's going and understand what's going on in the conversation. So I do understand it's a barrier for a lot of people. I don't understand why, because I have a totally different psychology around emotions. But for me, my emotion can hit a 10, a 20, whatever level. It's not going to stop me from being able to continue to ask questions and try to understand what's happening with the conversation. And as long as people can do that, I think you still have community. But if people can't do that when these moments happen, whether it's my emotion level or whatever, I don't know what to do for people like that. And again, I don't know how many of you are from the South, or maybe it's a Louisiana thing particularly, but um, I grew up with having conversations in the middle of intense emotion. Like that was just part of having conversations. People's emotions do this all throughout conversations, but it doesn't impact the conversation. And so people that need the emotions to be at a certain level to have a conversation, that's a different psychology from mine. I'm one of those people, not Laz. I still don't understand today. If you ask me what happened, have no clue. I am one of those people that don't understand. So I treat people that don't understand as well. It is ignorant. It is a form of ignorance. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, because all of us are ignorant before we understand something. Um, But the way I understand, I've talked so many times on this channel about the Socratic method, Socratic dialogue, all of that. I ask questions. If I'm faced with something I don't understand, there's two ways I know to understand it: to observe and make inferences, like silently in my own head, or to ask questions, to use my mouth, my language, to dialogue and get the information that I need to make sense of things from other people. I'm not psychic. I don't have mystical powers. I can use empirical observation and use deduction, induction, inference, or I can ask questions and directly get information I need from the other people. That's basically the only two like techniques that I have in those situations. And if my emotions need to be at a certain level for that to be successful, and I'm not able to have it be at that level, and I let my emotions go at whatever level I want because that's more valuable for me to force them to be a certain level, then that leaves us at an impasse. Because people can't have the dialogue I need to have to understand, as long as my emotions are big and scary, and I am not willing to let my emotions do other than what they do, because that's what's most natural for me and that's what's best for my mental health. That leaves us, it's an incompatibility, let's say. Their needs and my needs don't match. They need something different than what I need to understand the conversation or to move forward. And so when you have competing needs that are that incompatible, I think that just leaves us at a stalemate. I think I have pretty good empathy. I mean, put it this way: I'll put my empathy up against anybody's, and I feel confident. I use empathy all the time in my profession, and there's different types. There's affective empathy, which is the emotional empathy. There's cognitive empathy, kind of being able to form a picture of what's going on with the other person. Well, that's good. I'm glad you think so, because it's not likely to change. This is all about people being able to come and be themselves. And if myself is having my emotions at a high level, I'm going to be that. Because that's also helping to hold the space for other people to have their emotions. And that's a particular issue with men, in men's mental health. Then I'll take it. 2 out of 3 sounds pretty good. That sounds like a C plus. Yeah, I never once told anybody today to not be mad or agitated. If they're mad or agitated, that's completely fine. I was agitated too. I never told someone to calm down. I never told them to not have the emotions they're having. I kept asking questions to try to understand why that part of the conversation was different than everything that had come before it. Because from my observation, it looked identical. There was nothing different about the way I was having a conversation. And some clues I got were the topic was different. So the topic may have impacted how the conversation went, or the emotion level. Oh yeah, you make a good point, and he's so good at it, in fact, that I keep forgetting. He's feral, and so maybe that's maybe this is his issue, not mine. Maybe if it was somebody else, the conversation would have gone differently. But because he has ferality that he struggles with, maybe some of that was getting displaced onto me and my emotion level. Well, he's that's Joe made a very good point, because that's an unreasonable expectation to have when it comes to me. So he brought an expectation to the conversation that he had. I don't know why he brought that to the conversation. If anybody's coming on this show after watching me for any length of time expecting me to keep it calm and professional, I don't even know what professional means, then they're not understanding the show or me at all. Well, I'm reading you now because you're like the only one chatting. So this is this is you get the spotlight, and you get the attention for now. I am going to wrap up. I was kind of seeing if Leggy was coming back, but it looks like he dropped off. So I'll wrap this one up. Yeah, there's only 6 people watching, so I think it's coming to a natural close anyway. So I think I'll take advantage for that, wrap it up, and I don't know if I'm going to do another one of these after today. This is the first. Last week was a test because Fillip and I had similar breakdowns in the past. So this is all part of our pattern. Nothing about what you saw today. If some of you are new to the stream, nothing is outside of the pattern that Fillip and I have already established between us in the past. So this is well within Fillip and I's existing pattern. Yeah, I'm not making any judgment about Philip as a person. I don't think this reflects on his virtue or his goodness or anything as a person. But this has happened in the past, which was why when Philip approached me to do the show in the first place, I was very skeptical and I was surprised because in my mind, I had these previous experiences built up. Like, well, how successful do you think it's going to be when we have this habit of communication breakdowns? Part of it's related to my emotionality. But I said, okay, I'm willing to give it one shot and see how the first one goes. The first one went really well. We were able to have conversation and pull off a good show. This show, I feel like the same way. It went really well for the first 2.5 hours, and we were actually wrapping up. And then we got on a conversation, and to me, it started with the Earth's crust, and so it always. A lot of this happens around science skepticism, I guess. I get very confused about science skepticism, and I think people get defensive around it, and then I get very defensive about science. And so, topics that bring up science skepticism, flat earthers, to me, really wild, bizarre topics, like the composition of the Earth crust, the pyramids, flat Earth, those kind of topics that are apparently very hot button issues with people. And science is a very hot button issue with me because I'm always going to be defensive of scientific literacy. And so when I'm faced with what looks to me like scientific illiteracy, and then that person is working off of that's their norm, and mine is the scientific norm, I think that's some of the conditions that kind of allow for these kind of breakdowns. So that might be something to watch in the future. See, I'm learning. I'm noticing patterns and I'm learning. But anyway, today the show seemed to go more or less like last week's did, and it seemed to be successful. We got a lot of great book ideas. We talked about doing a book club. But until I can figure out what's going on with these breakdowns in relation to Philip in particular, because Leggy and I have had them too, and we seem to be able to work past them just fine. So Philip in particular, I don't think I'm going to risk another episode with Philip because this is not fun for me. Believe it or not, I don't enjoy this. I don't get pleasure out of it. I get frustration, confusion, a lot of confusion. I don't understand what's going on, and I feel like it alienates my viewers because they don't understand me. I think most of the chat saw it a very different way than I was seeing it in my head. And I don't think a lot of people understood what was happening on my end of it. We've talked about spurging, so I'm sure that contributed to some of it. And I've talked about PTSD and emotional flashbacks before. So probably if I break down and analyze it, the intensity of emotion I'm having today was related to past experiences that were far worse than this one, that were compounding the reaction of today. But all of that is background information. I still don't apologize for the reaction I had today. It was the exact amount of emotional reaction that I had. And it is what it is. It was, Joe and I talks about nature. That was the natural reaction to the conversation today. To being accused of interrupting, not having that accusation adequately explained to me. So anytime you accuse, that was one of my problem with the woke, actually. That's what started my grievance against the woke, is the accusations of racism. To me, that's a very serious charge. And if you're going to accuse someone of racism, you can expect some kind of negative, hostile, defensive reaction to a charge like that. So to accuse me of interrupting, that right there is going to have me on the defense, especially when I don't understand why it's being called interrupting, when it's no different than the conversation style I've been using the same for the last 2 hours. So part of it was that. Like, to accuse me of something that I don't understand why you're calling it interrupting when it's not different than anything before, to me that is not going to set the conversation up to go. And then to gaslight of, You're the source of the problem. Why are you acting this way? All of that. It seemed like a lot of accusation and gaslighting from my end, and then the trust broke down from there. I no longer trusted the motives of the conversation. Plus, he was laughing and smiling the whole time through it, like he was getting some pleasure out of it, or something. So there was a lot of confusing nonverbal stuff. And then my emotions were contributing to it, which is, again, nonverbal. So the rational part, which was me asking questions and trying to understand the breakdown, was getting eclipsed by a lot of nonverbal stuff, I think on both ends. And so I could analyze the breakdown, like I could go back and watch the stream and play through it and go frame by frame and analyze my end of it, and maybe there's value in doing that. I could do that on a stream one day and try to get to the bottom of it. But as far as what I took away from it today, I have no clue what happened. One moment we were talking about the Earth's crust, and then a few seconds later, everything was breaking down. And I was getting accused of all kind of stuff that I didn't understand why, still don't understand why. People in the chat seem to get it. Phillip seems to think that he sufficiently explained why, but until I understand it, none of that was successful. So maybe I'm just socially retarded in that area. I don't doubt my capacity for understanding. If it's explained to me in a way that I can understand, I have no doubt that I can grasp it. The actual breakdown was the inability for the conversation to successfully carry communication any longer. Whatever Phillip was trying to say to me, I was not understanding, and whatever I was trying to say to Phillip, he was not understanding. So that was the actual breakdown part. And all of the other stuff, I would say, were either factors contributing to the breakdown or effects of the breakdown, like resulted from the breakdown. But the breakdown itself, in the communication part anyway, was when our messages failed to reach each other. And it started with the Earth's crust and me trying to understand why he had so much doubt about the scientific consensus about the Earth's crust being composed of magma. So that's where I could trace it starting. There was some confusion on my end as to his doubt, and I think I said several times, this interests me from a psychological perspective. Like scientific skepticism in general interests me as a psychological phenomena, as do conspiracy theorists. And there were also times in the conversation I can remember where he tried to kind of take control and dictate the conversation, like saying things like, we've moved on from that, the topic's changed. Well, no, I didn't move on from it, and I'm interested in the topic. So you don't get to unilaterally decide what the conversation is or what the conversation did. So some of that is he tried to take an authority over the conversation that I was not willing to grant him, because I was a party to the conversation as well, and I had my own needs and motivations for having the conversation. So he didn't get to just unilaterally decide what the conversation was. So it stopped being collaborative and cooperative at some point, and he tried to make it seem like it was just me. He kept using cooperative overlapping, by the way, is a style of conversation. It doesn't mean cooperation itself. So I think he was using that term cooperative overlapping to say that the conversation itself was no longer being cooperative, which I agree. But the style of conversation was still a cooperative overlapping style. And so that caused some confusion too. Oh, hey, Colt, let's see. That's kind of how it started, but it was... They have math and physics equations that they can use to kind of deduce and infer what is at the core, because the math would work one way if it were certain materials at certain temperatures and certain states of matter than it would if it were other elements of materials at different states, at different temperatures, and different states of matter. So they could pretty much infer that it's liquid, it's melting, it's magma, etc. And so there's inferences that they can make that satisfy these mathematical equations. And that's what the conversation started as, but it broke down from there. It's scientific consensus. So it's thousands of scientists all across the world for decades and decades and decades that have consistently been able to justify these inferences and deductions. So as far as science goes, that's good enough for me right now. And Philip had reasons for doubting that scientific consensus. And once we started to dig into those reasons, we never got very far because that's where the breakdown started to happen. I agree, Not Lost. I enjoyed the first 2.5 hours of the show. I enjoyed talking about books. I enjoyed learning about all the new books that I didn't know about. And I enjoyed when Angeline came on and started sharing. So 95% of the show, I would say, was enjoyable. And the other 5%, even though it may not have been enjoyable, I'm not going to say was not without value because I think there's educational value in it. Like, this is a chance for me, for the community, for Philip, for anybody who's interested to learn from the breakdown. We talked the other day about failure and learning from failures, that even failures have value because you can learn from them. So I would say even the unenjoyable parts of today's stream still have educational value. So I don't regret anything that happened or apologize for anything that happened. It was what it was. It's happened before. Philip and I already have a pattern of this, so I don't know why anyone would be surprised that it happened again. In fact, there's probably very few people that have come on this stream that haven't had some kind of breakdown or conflict with at some point. Because I think that just happens when you have humans that when you push to a certain point or go below the surface or stop playing it safe. Remember the show The Real World from the 90s, Gen X, when people stop being polite and start getting real? At some point, when you push conversations to a certain level, you're bound to run into conflict. And I'm one of those people that push conversations. I don't keep conversations at a safe level. I like to push and dig and get to the core of the issue. And sometimes that's going to generate conflict. And again, people are free to change the topic at any time. Philip said he wanted to change it several times, but he didn't. I kept saying I'm willing to move on. I'm willing to talk about something else, and he didn't move on. So none of that's me. That was Philip making the choice to not move on because I left the door open to move on several times. I'm not married to any particular conversation unless it's really, really interesting to me. And the composition of the Earth's crust is not a conversation that I absolutely have to have. So I was perfectly willing to move on. Oh, hey, there's an idea. Well, Colt, you make a good point. There's scientism and then there's science. What I was talking about was science, actual science. So, I wouldn't trust scientism either. A lot of psychology and sociology I consider scientism, and I don't put a lot of faith in it. But science itself, or if you want to call it hard science, that's different from scientism. No, I don't trust it without question. I trust science because it's a method that's demonstrated its usefulness and its reliability over and over and over and over for centuries. So I have very good reasons for trusting science. It's not without question. If you think it's a blind faith in science or without question, you're either not understanding or not interested in understanding. Yes, there are ways to apply it. There's deduction and inference. There's hypothesis. And there's math. I just told you the source of my trust in science. It's a continuous demonstration of its reliability as a method. Science is a method for sifting through beliefs, for filtering out beliefs. It helps us figure out which beliefs to continue to adopt and which beliefs to discard. And it's pretty good at that. So if you run your beliefs through science, through the scientific method, you have a better idea of which ones are more likely to be probable and worth holding on to, and which ones are less likely to be probable and thus able to be discarded. See, I've been discord. Get it? So the composition of the Earth's crust being magma, liquid magma or melting magma, whatever, seems like a belief that's more probable than not, and thus one that is continue to there's value in continuing to believe, because it's probably the belief that most corresponds to what's actually in the Earth's crust. So you can call that blind faith if you want. I don't call that blind faith or blind trust. Oh, okay. Not it. Okay, well, you can think what you want. We've had this conversation before. Hey, Zephyr. Yes, I have no reason to question that claim. Yes, you're right. I have no reason, no good reason. I could probably come up with some spurious reason, but I have no good reason to question the claim, because if I go through and study the science behind it, I'm going to be like, yeah, okay, that seems valid to me. No, I specifically said it's not blind faith, and I gave very specific reasons why it's not blind faith. So I don't think, for whatever reason, everything I'm saying is getting distorted. We're having a communication breakdown too, because I'm saying A, and you're saying that I said the opposite of A. So I don't think there's any point in continuing this conversation. So you can think and believe what you want, and I'm going to continue to think and believe what I want. And let's just leave it at that. So, all right, I'm going to wrap up. Who knows when you'll see me next? Tomorrow for sure, the usual time, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. I'll see you guys then. All right, take care.